Recording in progress.
Kululeko, Alan, do we have enough members of the two committees to such that we can start? We have got a very long agenda today.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, Standing Committee on Finance, correct.
Morning, Chair. Select Committee on Finance has enough members as well. Thanks.
Okay. Can you flight the agenda again?
Morning, Chair. It's Talega Mazibogo here. May we request members that have not named their gadgets, iPhones and that, so that we know who is in the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Mazibuku. You are quite right. That is the protocol. All of us who are here should be recorded as to who's who. We must register their formal names, not names that we can't be able to trace as to who attended the meeting. Let's start with our meeting. The meeting is officially opened. Let me welcome members of the two committees, Standing Committee Finance and Select Committee Finance, and the support teams from the two houses and all other teams from Parliament. Let me welcome all the stakeholders that are going to make presentations today. You are all welcome, and welcome the public, the media, and everybody. Do we have apologies?
Chair, from Standing Committee on Finance, Ms. Alexander will join the meeting a bit late. So too will Mr. Beasley, but I see he did join. And then Mr. Molefe, tender an apology. He's got some party commitments today. Thank you.
From the Select Committee on Finance, Chair, I did not receive any apology from the members. The only apology I received was from the Deputy Minister, Sarupen. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thanks. Officials from Treasury and SARS here?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, they're online. Yeah.
Okay. How much time do we allocate to each stakeholder? Is it 15 minutes?
We've allocated 10 minutes, Chair.
Or 10 minutes? we have to set the rules right at the beginning so that stakeholders have to also press stopwatches wherever they are. I don't have to disrupt them to stop presenting. Please do self-timing, the stakeholders. At least we are going to open with somebody who's part of us here in Parliament. Comrade Matthew, he knows the rules of Parliament very well. So, Comrade Matthew, are you there?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Yes, we're here, Chairperson. Good morning, members.
Can you please lead by example? I know you have got a long presentation. We have your written presentation. The challenge is that today we have got 23 and there are others who are on standby. In case those whom we have listed are not going to be available, those who are on standby will have to be accommodated. So the list is quite long and we are going to finish quite late today. Over to you, Comrade Mate.
Okay.
Chair, sorry, Chair.
Hello.
Hello, Chair. Good morning. It's Umpile.
Mount, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair. I see that the program will run until 2 o'clock and even go beyond 2. The agenda, but on the program it was scheduled for 9 to 12, and this week we are sitting as the Magistrates Commission. So I had apologized and promised that I will join at 12. Now I see your program is running until 2. Your Chair.
Okay, Tambo.
Yeah, I left to come in. Hey, your program is organizing us, Chair, but it's fine. I just wanted to say I'll call Honorable Tambo and then we'll maybe apologize if I have to leave. But yeah, it is what it is. Thank you, Chair.
Please request Tambo to join. We have got too much pressure out from the public. Remember, as Parliament, we are required to do what we call adequate public participation. So we're trying to accommodate as many stakeholders as possible so that tomorrow we are not alleged to have deliberately left others out. So that's the pressure that we have, Honorable Mount. But please call the other member to join us. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Sure. Thanks. Comrade Matthew, over to you, 10 minutes.
Okay. Good morning. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, members. I'll try to gallop through our presentation. Hopefully, Chair, you can see it okay. So I'm just using a new device.
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, members. So, Chair, I'll just gallop through it. I think, Chair, you know, as COSATU, as a federation of trade unions, we had kind of our stance on the budget is that it must address our socio-economic challenges. 1% GDP growth over the past decade, a 41% unemployment rate, higher for young people, entrenched levels of poverty and inequality, of climate corruption, the rising cost of living, and of course, our aging infrastructure, our struggling public services, SOEs and municipalities, and really just a general sense of despair and hopelessness among society, especially the working class and the poor. We had also hoped to see a shift away from the neoliberal austerity budget cuts, which we think have really crippled the public services, which the economy depend upon. We had hoped to see interventions to rebuild municipalities, SOEs, to stimulate growth, to give support for SMEs for industrialization, a roadmap for the poor to be protected, to enter employment, and of course, critically, to give support to the South African Revenue Service to deal with tax evasion. Chair, I think we want to approach it from the parts we welcome and the parts where we disagree and offer alternatives as COSATU. So I think we are quite happy that Governor has responded to our request to really ramp up allocations for SARS. So the additional 4 billion rand, taking it to a 7.5 of the MTEF is quite critical to help tackle tax evasion, to make sure those who owe money to the state pay what is due. We are, however, opposed to the VAT hike, and we appreciate it's less than the 2%, but we still feel a VAT hike, it hits the working class, especially who are just simply drowning in debt, are struggling to survive, and so forth. We're also concerned about not adjusting the tax brackets for lower and middle income workers, who again are struggling just to cope with the rising cost of living. So our proposals, Chair, on the revenue is that we want to appeal to Parliament to reconsider to remove the VAT hikes, to adjust PIT brackets for lower and middle income earners for CPI, and to really see with Treasury if we cannot and SARS actually make sure that the wealthy pay their fair share through the PIT non-adjustment for inflation for the top tax bracket, removing pension and medical rebates for them for the top tax brackets, look at the issue of inheritance and estate duties, a general wealth tax, raising company tax on wealthy corporations, to really shift the burden away from the poor to the wealthy who can afford it. We also think, Chair, that there is space on the revenue front to reduce the burden on the fiscus by shifting some of the economic infrastructure projects to the DFIs, to engage the DFIs, the SETAs, the NSF, to take over some of the public employment programs, to a value of over 50 billion rand each, to ease the burden on the state, and to also engage the Reserve Bank about increasing the JAFRECA allocation this year by 10 billion rand and next year as well. Again, to try to help ease the burden on the state and to see where can we find additional revenue without squeezing workers. Chair, on public services, we think that the wage agreement provides some stability for the state and relief for workers. Makes it easier for the budget to be projected for the MTEF. It's a reasonable inflation-linked increase. And in fact, despite the kind of propaganda, the wage bill has decreased over the last couple of decades from 40 to 31% of the budget. And yet we've actually seen a decline in the past 2 years from 35 to 31%. So it's the state is actually experiencing extreme stress about this thing of cutting. We also want to make the point here that the public sector headcount is not bloated. In fact, the population has doubled in the last 30 years, but the public service ratio numbers have remained the same. So in fact, the ratio of nurses to patients, of teachers to learners, of police to society has drastically increased, putting further strains on the ability of the state to deliver services. And of course, frontline services have felt the burden of cuts. So there is a need to rebuild, to modernize public services. And we are grateful that in the budget, there are quite significant allocations to education, to health, home affairs, defense, corrections, which we think is going to help rebuild the capacity of the state. We also are welcoming, Chen, there is a need for further details, but 1,800 doctors, additional nurses, teachers, I think about 4,000 police officers. We think that's a step forward to rebuilding the state's capacity. We think there are some proposals we want to make from our side around public services. So an audit of ghost posts across the state, especially in municipalities, seeing where can we consolidate some entities which we think are duplicating them, take them back to the public service where there's a fixed wage regime, reduce the size of the executive from national to provincial to local. With the ending of the DRC mission, Chair, that should save about 5 billion rand over the MTEF. And we think there is some space to reduce some of your bling expenditure, travel, advertising, consulting, etc. Chair, on local government, it is really quite concerning. In the last decade, we've seen the number of municipalities in financial distress increase from 10% to about 70%. There's about 3 dozen or so who routinely fail to pay staff. There's about 160 municipal pension funds for councillors, for workers, which are in arrears. We've seen the number of municipalities owing Eskom increase, and the debt to Eskom doubled to 94 billion rand. Community debt to municipalities is also exploding. It's about 300 billion rand. We see many municipalities struggle to spend infrastructure grants, and I think, Chair, we're witnessing the collapse of local government if we don't intervene quickly. Our proposal on this front, we know the Minister for COGTA is putting in place interventions, but we need to expedite to see how does it work closer with Treasury moving to address the debt issue, moving to prepaid electricity meters. We need to be a bit tighter on the debt intervention programs, the capacitation programs. But I think, Chair, ultimately we need to move towards a new municipal funding model or towards a district development model, because it's clear, Chair, we can't sustain 257 municipalities. We need to see how we consolidate them whilst preserving basic services. On the SOEs, Chair, I think we must leave aside the recent blips on Eskom. Welcome, there is significant progress, but it remains extremely fragile. Similarly with transit, there's a stabilization, but the fact is it transports less today than what it did in 1994, yet the economy has doubled in size. There is a positive revival of SAA, but we must remain concerned, Chair, that we don't really see plans around Denel, SABC, the Post Office, the Post Bank, or similarly the Road Accident Fund, which has liabilities, which is about 400 billion rand and rising. So I propose there, Chair, that we must really see similar intervention packages in these SOEs around the issue of competent management, corruption, investing in staff, infrastructure, and so forth, and also on the debt relief front. And of course, that also means the Treasury needs to honor the 1.4 billion rand owed to the Post Office. And I think, Chair, we are hopeful that the Minister for Transport is going to table the RAF and the RABS bills to also deal with that disaster site. Chair, I think on the stimulus front, we really must commend that there is a huge infrastructure allocation. It's an additional 46 billion rand this year, mostly for Metro Rail, which is going to help rebuild that critical SOE. It's $1 trillion over the MTEF, really positive investments around roads, water, rail, ports, hospitals, university beds. But Chair, we do think that the money allocated to industrialization of the 31 billion is just not enough. The billion rand for SMEs is not going to have the impact that the economy really requires if we to turn things around. Chair, I think our proposals here really just getting towards the end. We need to make sure infrastructure spent and spent correctly should be spent supporting locally produced materials. We really need to see law enforcement coming to the party around the construction mafia, around cable theft and corruption and vandalism, etc. And I think, Chair, we need to really have a discussion urgently around a new financial mobilization plan to support SMEs, industrialization, exports, combining both funds from the fiscus, the DFIs, the private sector, because, Chair, we just can't expect better if we're going to allocate such small amounts of money for SMEs, for industrialization, for export. So we really hope we would want to see such discussions taking place between government, business and labor at NEDLAC by the medium-term budget statement, so we can really kind of shift things forward, because otherwise there's only so far you can keep tinkering with the budget. On the relief front, Chair, I think we do want to really commend double inflation increases for the social grants, but we're really dismayed and disappointed that there was not even an effort to adjust the SRD grant for 8 million unemployed persons, at least by inflation. We think that should have been changed. There is a positive shift towards public employment programs, where we've seen some cuts over the past few years. There's a positive allocation for NSFAS for the missing middle. And of course, Chair, we must welcome the freeze in the fuel tax for the second year and expanding the goods of meat, vegetables, and dairies, which are VAT exempt. Of course, you must make sure that the retailers pass that relief on to the poor. So a proposal on the relief front, Chair, just wrapping up, we would want to appeal to Parliament to simply adjust the SOD grant for inflation. That's about 1.5 billion rand. It's not going to collapse the budget of 2.4 trillion, but we don't think it's right now to adjust it for inflation. That we need to have urgent engagements on a comprehensive budget review on the public employment programs at NEDLAC with government to see, are they really providing value? How can they be enhanced around skills, around helping people to enter the labor market or establish their own SMEs, etc. We do need to fix NSFAS. I think we all know the issues there, and also adjust its threshold for inflation. And of course, to look at the next phase of the two-part pension reforms as the Minister for Finance committed in the budget speech. Chair, in conclusion, on the way forward, our proposal to Parliament really is three issues. There's many good things in the budget around rebuilding the state, around relief for the poor, etc., stimulating the economy. Our proposal really is threefold. On the expenditure side, is simply to adjust the SRD grant for inflation. That's about 1.5 billion rand. And then on the revenue front, to replace the VAT hike, and ideally also to adjust the lower and middle income tax brackets for inflation, and to see where could we find additional money, whether it's from JFRECA, whether it's from reducing tax loopholes for the wealthy, whether it's sharing some of the economic infrastructure projects with the DFIs or the employment program projects with the DFIs and the SETAs. We know you've got a very difficult task, Chairperson and members, but also it's critical for us that come 2nd of April that a budget is passed. We don't want to enter territory for the state of not having a budget, because that'll put social grants, the salaries of nurses, etc., in jeopardy. And I think that's a Russian roulette game we can't afford to play. So let me stop there, Chair, and hope I stuck to your high expectations around time management, Chair. Thanks very much, members.
Okay, thanks very much, Comrade Matthew. You led by example. Let me request Breadline. Breadline, over to you. Please do the timing from your side. I've got a stopwatch on my side, honorable members and colleagues, so don't think I'm hard on you. Immediately you start Breadline, I press the button. Over to you, Breadline.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members and stakeholders present. So I just want to give a quick brief background on who we are. So Breadline's been around since '93 and we've been transforming children's lives, in the ECD sector in specific. At the moment, our focus is infrastructure in ECDs, as well as the current pit toilet crisis. We also are very big on partnerships and working together with other non-profit organizations as well as government to ensure that 5 components of the nurturing care framework are covered. So to start off, I don't think it's all negative. We do welcome the increased ECD subsidy from 17 Rand to 24 Rand per child per day. This is big because I don't think it has changed for about 6 years. We welcome the 10 billion medium-term allocation for ECD access, focus on PPPs and low-cost infrastructure development quality, the presidential support of ECD at Tlotloka and Banapele ECD Summit, and then the municipal reforms, DHA, digitization, and mobile offices. So there are positives before we get into where we think that there could be better work done. So what is missing? Children's development is not recognized as a fiscal priority, unfortunately. The budget does not address the historical service delivery gaps. The health sector's ECD mandate underfunded and underimplemented. The DST's budget still grant heavy, lacking cash plus care approach. Poor coordination across sectors for nurturing care services. So why does this matter? So I think before I get into that, a recommendation from our side is the fiscal framework should be amended to include increasing GDP and human capital development as goals, equalizing and improving the realization of children's development and exercise of their full potential. Should also be a foundational pillar and statewide fiscal priority. This priority should be mainstreamed across the fiscal framework, expenditure estimates and budget votes, with adequate allocations and clear directives provided to all responsible sectors and departments to fulfill their respective policy commitments to improve children's development and outcomes. So I mentioned this in the midterm submission last year, that when we don't invest early, we feel the stress later on in life. So according to the Hexman curve, the earlier we invest, the better it is for our future as a country, as well as for the children. So underinvesting in the early years, we pay the price later, as I just mentioned, through poor education outcomes, rising inequality, and constrained economic growth. Despite some access improvements, the current fiscal framework failed to deliver the development outcomes our children deserve. 60% of children in poverty are not on track developmentally. 1 in 3 children are falling behind despite program access. Poor outcomes equal weak human capital and equals stunted economic growth. And returns on ECD investment remain low without full life course approach. So what needs to change? We need to recognize children's development as a national fiscal goal, mainstream nurturing care in all departments' budgets, ring fence the first 1,000 days, and expand health and DSD allocations for parental support. Mandate interdepartmental coordination for service delivery. These are just some of the changes that we're obviously looking at. We are concerned that the ongoing developments are insufficient to enable all responsible line departments to fulfill their existing commitments. So in conclusion, inclusive growth depends on early human capital investment. Let's ensure every child receives the nurturing care that they need to thrive. We urge Parliament to adopt child development as a national priority. Imagine the future we can build for our children in safe, dignified spaces where they can learn and grow if we are committed to achieving goals and outcomes. Infrastructure is essential for educators as well as materials. Infrastructure brings services together, creates jobs, learning, nutrition, water, safety. And let's ring fence the national infrastructure funding for ECD centers. And the last point is Breadline Africa is ready as a strategic partner for implementation and collaboration with government as well as private sector. We currently are working through the Office of the Presidency on the JET initiative in Komati, which is going to be rolled out throughout the Mpumalanga province on the decommissioning on power plants and ensuring that these towns are not left behind. We struggle at the moment. We work with the NDA as well. And my learnings from working with the NDA, as well as the Office of the Presidency, SEF, JET, is that our biggest stumbling block is funding. And this is where we ask that the budget allocated is appropriate to assist us in building these ECD centers, assist us in nurturing and care all the components in the communities. Our comment on the VAT increase is, I believe personally that it covers the problem for a little bit. It doesn't solve the solution. And at the end of the day, the principals as well as the parents are going to feel the pinch of the VAT increase. So at the end of the day, ECDs are not going to be better off with an increased budget as they end up paying more due to VAT. So on that, I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Breadline Africa, for only using 6 minutes of your 10 allocated time. Thanks very much. Okay. The next one is Public Economy Project, PEP.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much for the opportunity to you and to honourable members to participate in these public deliberations. Honourable Chair, we've shared our presentation with the committee secretariat, and given time limitations, we'll talk through a few of our key points in our presentation. However, we are around for the discussion afterwards if honourable members have any questions based on our presentation. Honourable Chair and honourable members, the budget marks a clear break from the 2024 MTBPS that was tabled 5 months ago and it's important to note this, under the current coalition government. So the MTBPS of October 2024 was the MTBPS adopted and voted on by the current coalition government. And so where the MTBPS of 2024 was supposed to provide forward guidance on government social and economic goals over the next 3 years, so that's the MTEF, backed by a credible fiscal plan and fiscal instruments, it ignored pressures in health, education, social assistance, and defense. And Public Economy Project, as well as many of the other presenters over here, noted this last year in October when we had public hearings. This year's budget is marked or characterized by a significant allocation, an increased allocation to these critical social areas. And the rate is unprecedented. If we compare this to previous budget versus MTBPS, it's a very significant quantum that's added. And so it absolutely is unprecedented. It importantly is responsive to many of the underlying social pressures that were flagged in health, education, social assistance, and defense. And these were not new. These were noted at the time and known at the time of last year's budget. Importantly, this year's budget funds the wage agreement over the next 3 years. And I think this is particularly important from the part of government and the Treasury. So whilst this new allocation, additional allocation is to be welcomed, and it may suggest an attempt at the very least at course correction based on the sheer volume or the quantum of the change, it raises questions about South Africa's fiscal institutions and the MTBPS being a very important one, insofar as it's supposed to indicate the deliberation and the outcomes of cabinet deliberations and planning what government is to try and achieve over the next 2 or 3 years. Noting the very significant increase in allocation contained in this year's budget, in an attempt to correct the 12-13 year period of per capita decline in terms of allocation, the 2024 MTBPS importantly, and we noted this in the past, penciled in or proposed a 0.9% decrease year on year over the next 3 years for real per capita spending, right? Or that is to say core spending in specific. Now, the new allocation that we see in this year's budget importantly attempts to arrest this decline. Despite the large allocation over the medium term, in particular this year, core spending is still expected to decline. So that is, the overall resources government is spending on the population controlling for inflation is actually declining over the next 3 years. And it's important for honorable members and the general public to compare table 5.2 and 5.3. That is really the crux of the attempt to arrest many years of austerity. So in many senses, we still have declining allocation over the medium term on a per capita basis, but it's a slowing decline compared to what was penciled in or proposed 5 months ago. Important to also note in table 5.2 and 5.3 of the budget is that some of the appropriations or some of the allocations are provisional, right? So that's 205 billion over the MTF. What this means, honorable members, is that this isn't going to be appropriated in the tabled appropriation bill. This requires the following appropriation bill, which suggests that the significant increase in allocation of the medium term may not actually be at that particular level if the conditions put down by Treasury are not met or it's not appropriated in time. Honorable members, revenue has taken up a lot of the discussion in public discourse on this particular budget. In fact, that was the reason the February version of the budget wasn't tabled or wasn't approved by Cabinet. And that's why we're having this discussion in March and not February. And so for government to fund or continue to fund the exigencies in health and education, in ECD, and the wage bill, and in defense and social development, a structural increase in revenue was required. So for government to not have to further delay its attempt at debt stabilization. And so while this has garnered much attention, I think it's important for us to discuss the specifics on some of the revenue proposals insofar as they affect distribution and they affect growth. And so I think the God honest truth is that the revenue proposals are likely to hit lower middle income households the hardest, as been noted by other presenters as well. Government could have considered spreading the burden more fairly. So they could have used the levers on perhaps corporate income tax or retirement benefits. Even if this only achieved a sense of burden sharing, we're all in this country together, and there comes a time stratified society by class feel a bit hard done and feel that they're carrying the can, and in this particular case, it's lower middle income households. So after Cabinet rejected the proposed 2 percentage point VAT hike in the February budget, Treasury subsequently scrapped its intention, and that was an important part of the February revenue proposals for full inflation relief on the lower two PIT brackets and partial relief. And this would have been very useful insofar as buoying the effects of higher VAT combined with higher than inflation social grant increases. However, that is now gone, in part because Cabinet didn't approve the February version of the budget. Insofar as we discuss the regressivity and the progressivity of certain taxes, in isolation, the VAT tax is regressive. The VAT adjustment is regressive, primarily because poorer households pay a larger share of the income in VAT, even though the majority of VAT is collected by higher income households. And zero rating, although it's important, only gives partial protection to lower income households. And at the same time, I think we should welcome government's intent to broaden the basket and make it more relevant to lower income households. Honourable members, when we discuss the overall fairness of the budget, it is important for us not to take an atomistic or an isolated perspective, but look at the budget overall and revenue overall. So despite the VAT increase being regressive, the overall tax system is progressive in this country, especially when we consider CIT and personal income tax. At the same time, we must also look at the expenditure profile of the budget, right? So these revenue increases were not taken in isolation. They were there to fund certain expenditure pressures. And that expenditure increase in the current year are primarily programs that disproportionately benefit low-income households. This isn't to suggest it's adequate, but in terms of our overall assessment of the progressivity, one needs to take a full picture. Honourable members, there's been much public discourse and deliberations and identification of spending reviews as a silver bullet to our fiscal challenges. Now, absolutely, spending reviews are important. Government has been undertaking them for the past 10 to 15 years. When we discuss spending reviews, it's important to look at what is the objective of these reviews, how have these reviews been conducted, what was the overall ambit of these reviews. So the OECD in its taxonomy of reviews looks at aggregate level of expenditure reviews, savings or reallocation measures, or efficiency reviews. And so amongst the publicly available GTAC reviews that the Public Economy Project has looked at, the reviews that we have looked at that are publicly available focus in the main on effectiveness of programs. So these are efficiency gains. Now, in our assessment and based on our looking at the reviews, the potential savings are important, but they're not at the quantum that's required to turn the needle for fiscal sustainability. And so what the country requires are large real resource savings, and spending reviews need to include policy choices, which programs are to continue, which ones are to be shut down, which ones are to be downscaled. And that's quite important because trade-offs are absolutely critical. Honourable members, we have two last points to make. One is regarding how budgeting is being made in what is effectively a hung parliament. Despite us calling this a government of national unity, it is, if for all intents and purposes, a hung parliament. And so if parliament isn't able to pass a budget, it raises questions about budget making South Africa's fiscal institutions and their durability, and they've been durable for the past 31 years up until February 2025. A legitimate coalition or a legitimate government must be able to pass a budget. And without cabinet backing, the budget loses its status as a national policy plan, leaving the Minister of Finance and the Treasury in a bit of a pickle. And I think it's important if honourable members have time for us to discuss this and on slide 22 of our presentation. Lastly, honourable members, the Treasury tabled a discussion on fiscal anchors along with the budget. We believe this is a useful step in the right direction, and this could assist in realizing government's policy objectives. But it's important for us to note that a document with fiscal anchors, be they rules-based or procedural-based, can't compensate for a cabinet that can't take important decisions and make difficult trade-offs. So they can assist in government's program, but they can't substitute for hard decisions that need to be made. Honourable Chair, I've exceeded my time limit by 7 seconds, and I now thank you for your time and look forward to deliberations.
Thanks very much, Public Economic Project, for using 10 minutes of your allocated time. The next stakeholder, Amanda Mobi, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to members of the committees and everyone in the room. Dear members of the Standing Committee and Select Committee on Finance, this submission presents to you the demands and concerns of those who will be most impacted by the decisions that underpin the fiscal framework and revenue proposals and the budget tabled by Finance Minister Godongwana. Our submission is informed by the challenges faced by the marginalized majority in South Africa. The Amandla.Mobi community is deeply concerned that even with an attempt to improve funding for health, education, and social grants, among others, Minister Godongwana has risked the effectiveness of the budgets allocated by increasing the value-added tax, which sums up to a 1% increase by 2026. Having failed to table the budget in February due to disagreements within the cabinet, the minister had a chance to reconsider his VAT increase and deliberately consider other tax options, which experts have shown again and again are feasible enough to raise the revenue needed. While many may celebrate the above inflation increases, one needs to consider that for years, National Treasury has resorted to austerity budgeting, which has subjected millions to deeper poverty. Social spending cannot be funded by increasing the tax burden on low-income households by increasing VAT. The fact that Finance Minister Godongwana is increasing VAT during a cost of living crisis is cause for alarm. If the minister actually listened to experts and the poor majority, really cared about the people, he would have increased the corporate income tax, the sugary drinks tax, and the personal income tax for the super rich.
If taxes on the wealthy were as high as Finance Minister Godongwana's arrogance, we would not be in this situation. We would have enough funds for social grants, health, and education. Mobi is concerned that Minister Godongwana continues to protect big businesses and the super rich by refusing to increase the corporate income tax and implement a wealth tax. Researchers and experts have shown that taxing the wealthy more would help raise the revenue needed to fund public services and help close the inequality gap.
We are disappointed that Minister Godongwana did not increase the 370 grant to match the food poverty line of 796 rand. It is also very concerning that the National Treasury did not allocate funding for the grant for the year 2026 and that there's no allocation to include the other 10 million people who qualify for the grant but are not getting it. National Treasury has furthermore undermined the Gauteng High Court ruling that the grant is permanent, must be increased and given to more people. The minister has also tried to defend his decision to increase the VAT by scapegoating the 370 rand grant. We are concerned that he continues reiterating that the social relief grant was meant to be temporary.
The grant was supposed to be temporary. I then said, in all my speeches, I've raised this point and I continue to raise it, that because it was a temporary grant, it continues to crowd out other spending such as education.
The social relief grant is not a burdensome expenditure, but a lifeline for millions. It is the Minister and National Treasury's duty to eliminate any obstacle to extending and increasing the grant. We continue to demand that the National Treasury start making decisive plans to increase and extend the grant into a basic income grant of 1,558 rand, in line with the upper bound poverty line.
Hi, this is Refilo speaking. Grant nami yayidinga as kwamanje futhi iyangirejecta and angazi ukuthi ingirejecta kanjani because I'm not even working. My name is Margaret Bolton. I'm an unemployed caregiver. But that is my only income. The minister, I would like to appeal to you. Please ask you to fight corruption in our economy and to tax the rich people so that our monies could be increased. Mr. Minister, we live in such poor living conditions. That money is not daily enough for us to carry us through the month without
The social grant increases are still not enough as their value continues to be eroded by years of harmful budgets and an ill-functioning economy. The child support grant remains below the food poverty line of 790, while a nutritious food basket costs 951. 1 in 4 children suffers from malnutrition and stunting in South Africa. The child support grant carries a significant role in ensuring that children are fed adequately, but the grant amount is currently not sufficient for that. We continue to demand increased funding so that all social grants can be increased by amounts sufficient to cover the cost of living.
Siyabonga bona ukuthi nisifakelile imali kuthi nabogogo isencane kakhulu ngoba ukudla kuyabiza. Besicela nithi ukusengezela kancane futhi ukuze nathi sikwazi ukuthenga igrosa ngoba tena inyane yahulu kanithi ngiyacela wona lekele buyelekele fakele tshebetelo mabenkele mmona ka re ha o kutlele ke tso le ranta o tsheo ka le nyetsi le pompo ya di clinicing asama ka mantu ya kuda asama ka mantu le bana ba benne ba samaile ka mantu ba banyane ba ya dikolong wele ake mphethe go utlweleng.
Minister Godongwana continues to protect greedy big businesses like Coca-Cola and the sugar industry by allowing the cancellation of the health promotion levy's inflationary increase that was supposed to take effect from 1 April 2025. For decades, the likes of Coca-Cola have made huge profits while knowingly contributing to increasing rates of non-communicable diseases like type 2 diabetes, which are putting a huge strain on our health system. Treasury is failing to make decisions that are informed by evidence and the public interest. Treasury knows that research and claims from the sugar industry have been debunked by academics, and this is including the Network report. Compared to 5 years ago, Treasury appears to be captured by the vested interests of the sugar industry. The sugary drinks tax must be increased to 20% and expanded to include fruit juices.
It is encouraging that many political parties raised the issue of food security and food prices in their manifestos last year. Unfortunately, many of you, like Treasury, seem to think that expanding zero-rated items will solve the food price issue. It is concerning that many members of parliament don't know that items like maize meal, fruit, vegetables, and other basic necessities are already zero-rated, but remain unaffordable for many households. That is why we have been campaigning for food prices to fall. Expanding zero-rated items can be a small step in the right direction, but it does not undo the damage of a VAT hike, and it will not solve the cost of living crisis. We must look at regulating food prices to ensure consumers and farmers are not exploited by supermarkets.
It is telling that Treasury and the Finance Minister are vocal in wanting to scrape the SRD grant, yet they are silent on the issue of an estimated 100,000 people who earn more than 1 million rand but don't pay any tax. We have to ask ourselves why Treasury is so concerned about the welfare of the wealthy and why they have to be pressured to allocate the necessary funds to ensure everyone pays tax properly. The 2025 budget was a missed opportunity to present the nation with a people's budget. We are concerned that some parties within the government of national unity are still maintaining opposition when they should be working together as one to move the country forward. Now is not the time for individual party claims of victory. We call on this committee to take decisive action to ensure that cabinet members speak the same tune, share the same mandate, and do away with personal political prospects. Doing this would not be a favor, but a political mandate of leaders of different parties to ensure the country functions in a way that does not harm the people.
That's the end of our presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Chloe. Sticking to the time allocated, you saved 40 seconds of your allocated time. Thank you. Let's move to the next stakeholder, Hila.
Good day, Honorable Chair. I'd just like to share my presentation if the host will just allow me.
Hi, Eunice. You are a co-host. You can share your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Good day, everyone, honorable members. My name is Eunice Mota. I'm a representative of the Healthy Living Alliance. Okay. Sorry, my presentation just does not seem to want to move.
Just speak to it, Eunice, in the meantime, when you are.
Okay.
Because we have got.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. HEAL is disappointed in the fiscal framework and revenue proposals as tabled by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Enoch Godongwana, which was tabled on the 12th of March, 2025. The Honourable Minister has proposed a 0.5% value-added tax increase for the fiscal years of 2025, 26 and 26-27, which would increase the VAT to 16%, which is an anti-poor decision where existing health policies such as the health promotion levy could be implemented instead. The HPL is a cost-effective and life-saving public health policy measure, and not increasing it to the recommended rate of 20% is a loss for public health. In 2022, National Treasury announced an inflationary increase of the HPL from 2.21% to 2.31 cents. However, due to industry influence, they later announced that this increase would only be implemented in April of 2023. Then in 2023, they announced a 2-year moratorium on increasing the HPL, which was meant to take effect on the 1st of April, 2025. However, yet again, to our disappointment, Treasury cancelled this increase indefinitely to give the sugar industry more time to restructure, as stated in the budget. National Treasury's inaction of not increasing the HPL annually to account for inflation has led to an erosion from a rate of 11% as implemented in April 2018 to approximately 8% due to inflation. And this has come at a cost to the health and well-being of South Africans and will continue to as long as Treasury keeps prioritizing industry profits instead of people's well-being. The HPL was implemented in response to the rising number of people living with non-communicable diseases, such as diabetes, hypertension, and some cancers. Currently, more than 4 million people are living with diabetes, and more than half of the adult population in South Africa are overweight, with 1 in 3 women, 1 in 5 children, and even more shockingly, 1 in 8 children being obese and overweight. Unhealthy food environments and the consumption of unhealthy diets, including sugar-sweetened beverages, are becoming more common in developing countries and play a critical role in the development of NCDs. NCDs, particularly diabetes, is currently the leading cause of deaths in South Africa. In 2019, approximately 5.6 million people were living with diabetes, and this number is estimated to reach 8.75 million by 2040. NCDs are crippling the country's economy, with 0.57% of the country's GDP and 15% of the National Department of Health's budget being spent on healthcare costs associated with NCDs. It is estimated that type 2 diabetes will cost the country 35.1 billion by 2030. The HPL is a successful public health intervention. Research shows that health policies such as the HPL are successful in reducing the risk of developing NCDs by reducing the consumption of unhealthy foods such as SSBs. A 2019 study, which took place in Langa, shows that adults aged between 18 to 39 years showed a reduction of 31.4% sugar intake, 32.5% energy intake, and 37.1% volume intake of SSBs since the implementation of the HPL. Another similar study, a 4-year longitudinal study, which was done amongst school children aged 5 to 9 years in the Northwest, showed a decreased frequency of consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages from 4.1 to 3.1 times weekly. And although the main goal of the HPL is to reduce the development of NCDs, another benefit to the HPL is revenue generation. It is estimated the HPL has generated 13 billion to date. Since its implementation from 1st April 2018 to 31 March 2021, the HPL generated 7.9 billion in cumulative revenue for the country, with 3.2 billion, 2.5 and 2.1 billion collected over the 2018-19 and the 2019-20 and 2021 fiscal years, respectively. However, had the HPL been implemented at a rate of 20% as recommended and included 100% fruit juices in it, then the revenue generated and healthcare cost savings would be much higher. It is estimated that 156,640 incident cases of type 2 diabetes and 10,800 deaths due to diabetes would be averted over 20 years had 100% fruit juices been included in the HPL when it was implemented, which would have reduced healthcare expenditure by 7.5 billion and saved the country 300 million in diabetes-related costs over the same period. Rates of food insecurity and poverty are on the rise in South Africa, with more than 50% of the South African population facing food insecurity and 1 in 4 children being stunted. There's great need for policies such as the HPL to help economic growth and revenue generation to mitigate poverty. Economic growth and revenue generation are essential to support poverty alleviation measures such as the National School Nutrition Program and the Child Support Grant, Universal Basic Income Grant would be implemented, and other social support. And we recommend that Treasury must increase the rate of the HPL to at least 20%, include an annual inflation increase to the HPL to increase the policy's effectiveness, and urgently release the position paper regarding the expansion of the HPL to include 100% fruit juices. And by increasing the HPL to 20%, we enable the country to be more flourishing and more pro-poverty public policy instead of increasing VAT, because experts show that increasing VAT will push more and more people into poverty. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Hila, for the presentation. Saving 2 minutes. Thanks. The next presenter is the BJC. BJC, over to you.
Good morning. I just need to quickly see if I can move this. Okay. I'm just waiting for my presentation to upload. Good morning, honourable members and others on the platform. My name is Lisa Higginson, and I'll be taking you through the Budget Justice Coalition presentation today. We've been making submissions to the Finance Committee for some years, so I'm sure many of you know who we are, but just to say that we are a coalition of 23 or so organizations, friends, and our recommendations today represent some sort of consensus between us. Our organizations have shared quite different views on the budget. Many of them are presenting today, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail to save on time. Right, sorry, my presentation is not moving. Okay, right. So the BJC has reflected on the budget and the unprecedented postponement resulting from the 2% VAT increase. We're really encouraged to see the shift away from harmful spending cuts, but we, like others have shared, are concerned about the regressive VAT increase. And what we feel is a failure to really engage with the alternatives that have been put forward. We note that our economy has struggled to create meaningful employment, address poverty, overcome inequality, and it's the most marginalized who continue to shoulder these economic difficulties. And the VAT increase only adds to those struggles. So particularly, we talk about the triple challenge of inequality, poverty, and unemployment, and note that this has a gendered impact. And tax increases and the entire fiscal framework has implications for gender equity. Though we note that fiscal policy has the power to redress these challenges, we believe that although there are some positives to the budget, overall it fails to deliver a framework that adequately responds to the persistent socio-economic challenges in the country and is unlikely to lead to inclusive growth. In our presentation, we seek to propose a set of recommendations to ensure that this fiscal framework that is adopted results in inclusive economic development and alleviates some of the hardships faced by people in our country. Right, so I'll take you through the recommendations and then, time permitting, some of our further thoughts on the fiscal framework. So we believe that the VAT increase is likely to increase social and economic hardships and unlikely to generate revenue. We looked at some of the impacts of the previous VAT increase in 2018 and note that that Treasury missed its own forecasts there. So we question, will this VAT increase actually result in the additional 28 billion in revenue that's estimated? We feel as though the potential impacts and implications of VAT and the alternatives have not been thoroughly interrogated. So while the budget review does provide some explanation that some of the other options perhaps may have had a greater impact on the economy or are more administratively complicated, we don't feel as though there's been a real genuine attempt to engage with the various alternatives that have been put forward. Because of this, we recommend that the VAT increase is halted until Treasury demonstrates that alternatives have been tested and impacts assessed. So we would like to see sort of every single alternative and looked at before something that we believe is going to have such a negative impact on the country is implemented. We believe that there are better alternatives to VAT. I think many of the presenters today will take you through some of the details, but some, of course, are not implementable in the very short timeframes available to amend or approve the fiscal framework. But we still hold that steps must be taken now to identify alternative revenue sources for future budgeting. We can't be in this situation again in October and again next year in February. So one of the proposals that we're putting forward is to uphold the increase in spending, particularly social spending that we see in the budget. We recommend that the GPF contribution freeze is seriously considered as a stopgap measure until something else can be implemented. We also have emphasized that the government needs to strengthen its overall revenue collection. The capacity of SARS has an important role to play in our ability to collect revenue. And we've heard some of the estimates out there, 800 billion rand in uncollected taxes, that a 1 rand investment in SARS leads to, I think some said 64 rand return, others said 121 rand return. And we think that this is something that really needs more attention, because even a moderate sort of collection of that 800 billion would make a very big difference to the budget and would result in much greater revenue than the VAT increase. Here we ask the Treasury can clarify the SARS allocation. As far as we can tell, there's a bit of a discrepancy between what was said in the speech and what's in the documents. We can't see the full 3.5 billion that was mentioned for this year and 4 billion over the MTF period. We really think that this just needs to be clarified. And we've made the point below, there's a criminal assets recovery account that sits within the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. It has a balance of roughly 3.5 billion. Treasury has said that SARS will get as much money as can be afforded and that they can use reasonably within the time frame. So, we're asking here, can these funds be used for SARS if affordability is an issue, or perhaps the anti-corruption system to address some accountability issues that we've noticed over the years. We've had a look at the spending reviews framework, and we really would like to emphasize that these must be inclusive and participatory. The targeted spending cuts are preferable to the blanket cuts, but human rights must be protected. And many of the organizations in the BJC and in civil society at large are working closely in health and education. I think they would be very well placed to assist in making those determinations of what the impacts of cuts to programs could be and where savings could be achieved. We also would like to emphasize that social spending should be seen as an investment in our society. We've emphasized that the economy needs healthy, educated, safe citizens to grow. We can't sort of see it as growth or protection. We need both. So that takes us to our next point, where we believe that steps must be taken to review and revise the macroeconomic and fiscal policy to support inclusive growth, rights realization, and nation building. We are also encouraged by some of the proposals to grow the economy, but we also recognize that, most of these aren't new. Infrastructure investment hasn't really helped to address poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And some of the reforms also are unclear how they will improve the outcomes. We also think there are a number of cross-cutting issues that should be incorporated into the fiscal framework. Gender inequality, youth unemployment, climate change, corruption. We don't really see these featured in the fiscal framework, and we would like to see these emphasized a bit further. So I think we've kind of mentioned most of these already, but again, to emphasize that the economic growth strategy is a continuation of the past, and is it really likely to create jobs, reduce poverty, and address inequality? Debt repayments continue to grow despite the fiscal strategy that's been adopted in the past, an attempt to contain debt repayments. The economic growth situation, we've emphasized it focuses more on the supply side constraints, freight, logistics, large infrastructure projects. We know that these take time, and how long can we wait for the impacts to trickle down to the poorest and most vulnerable people in the country? There's not enough emphasis on demand-driven growth. In our view, this is more likely to reduce unemployment and foster inclusive pro-poor growth and lead to more immediate outcomes. Again, the shift from capital expenditure could also strain provision of social services, which are personnel intensive. We don't see really adequate interrogation of that. Okay, I see I'm running out of time. Revenue, I think we've covered this, that the VAT increase is likely to increase hardship. We also haven't seen any sort of analysis or assessment of how the VAT increase will reduce the purchasing power of government spending. We know that many departments spend a large share of their budget on goods and services, capital spending. The VAT increase is likely to increase those costs and reduce what we can buy with that money. And again, it's an unfair and disproportionate impact on poor and vulnerable households. All right, I'm out of time. I will just say that really we think that there's an opportunity for Parliament to critically assess the budget, and the BJC will continue to engage in the budget process, making recommendations to the Appropriations Committee to identify additional measures to improve outcomes of the 2025 budget. Thank you very much.
Thanks, BJC, for the presentation. Let's move to the DA.
Good morning, Chairperson. I just want to confirm that I'm audible and that my screen is up and all the members of the committee are able to see it.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Good morning, honourable members and to other colleagues who have joined.
Hello, have you timed yourself? 10 minutes?
I will be 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you very much once again for the opportunity to present on our alternative. We have identified the problem with the existing budget as being initially the 2% VAT increase, and now the recently proposed 0.5% VAT increase. We are strongly opposed to any VAT increases, and we believe that it would disproportionately burden low and middle income South Africans who we believe are already grappling with the cost of living crisis. We believe that raising VAT would further erode household purchasing power, slow economic growth, and exacerbate poverty. We believe that instead of resorting to tax hikes, the focus should be on reducing wasteful and unnecessary government expenditure, and that we need to shift towards implementing pro-growth economic policies that will drive investment and job creation. Some of the proposed measures which we have included in our comprehensive submission to this committee are a continuation of a 0% VAT increase, implementing expenditure reprioritization measures across departments to free up billions of rands without reallocating and preventing frontline services from being covered, reprioritizing expenditure on non-essential government programs or goods and services within departments, and then reprioritizing allocations to certain departments based on their wasteful expenditure as reported by the AG in the previous financial year. We further propose the following general measures to provide long-term economic stability, which is increasing revenue without raising taxes, conducting a comprehensive spending review to identify wasteful and failing programs within government departments, facilitating pro-market measures for economic growth and job creation, and providing and securing property rights to the domestic and international community. A part of our main proposal regarding the rejection of the VAT increase is that we have had confirmation from the SARS Commissioner that despite VAT increases in the past, it has not really had a massive impact on revenue collection and ultimately disproportionately burdens the poor. Even though there's an intention to expand the VAT zero-rated basket of goods, ultimately there is still going to be an impact on the poorest South Africans, and this is what concerns us particularly. We understand that 20% of South Africans live in extreme poverty, and that's below the food poverty line of 796 Rand per month. And we understand that poverty rates have remained unchanged since at least 2008, and we believe that a higher VAT rate will worsen affordability of basic necessities. The impact of a VAT increase is obviously 13.5 billion for the 2025 financial, 14.3 billion for 2026. But we believe that by proposing a set of spending efficiency measures, we'd be able to cover that 15 billion rand shortfall. And whilst we are currently underway with negotiations with our partners in the GNU on this matter, and we will continue those up until we discuss the fiscal framework on the 2nd of April, we thought that it was important for us to put forward a constructive alternative that helps reprioritize and identify the spending efficiencies that we believe will contribute towards alleviating the tax burden on South Africans. We then have an overview of some of the proposed spending efficiency gains, and I'm not going to go through all of them in detail because this is provided to the colleagues on the committee in our full report, but just to go over a few of the items which we think will have a big impact. Spending efficiency gains are a Budget Vote 3 cooperative governance and municipal systems improvement grant for the district development model under National Treasury, International Financial Relations. We look at higher education, the SATA's National Skills Fund and Commonwealth of Living, as well as the National Youth Development Agency under the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as the Defence Vote 23, where there has been a SADC decision to withdraw from the DRC, and we believe that that could be reprioritized. We also look at the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Agency of South Africa, and we believe spending efficiency gains could be gained there. The Small Business Development Department, which we believe could be more effective, whose functions could more effectively be rehoused under the DTIC, and then some general measures across all departments, including a 55% reduction in government advertising budgets, 33% reduction in travel and subsistence expenditure across departments, 33% reduction in catering across departmental activities, reduction in consultants, as well as a 20% reduction in other line items. We then look at other measures which we want to include, where we think that spending efficiencies could be gained, and we arrive at an amount of roughly about 27.7 billion rand. And we think that this would be more than enough to be able to avoid a VAT increase and also to create the necessary fiscal buffer. Some of the policy recommendations that we put forward as a party and which we believe would grow the economy are: number one, fiscally responsible governance, which is stabilizing the national budget by making sure that government departments and entities spend within their means and minimize spending efficiencies. It can't be for the 12th or 13th year that we allow for fiscal slippage to take place, and we constantly rely on bailouts in order to be able to balance the books. We believe in promoting competitive industries and creating a competitive and diversified industrial base by reducing regulatory red tape, fostering innovation, and increasing investment in key sectors. We look at labor market reform by making it easier to hire people, making it more flexible and incentivizing businesses to employ more workers and reduce business costs. We look at enhancing trade opportunities by expanding our trade relationships with our established trading partners, as well as looking for new markets where we are able to access. And lastly, we also look at simplifying the process of starting up a business and making it easier and more attractive for entrepreneurs to start, run businesses, and make sure that we are able to provide them with targeted incentives. More detail could be found on this in our economic policy, which was launched last year. Some further recommendations specifically related to what we consider to be a pro-growth budget is obviously a commitment to no more borrowing. And we understand that 22% of GDP is already spent on debt repayments. And it seems as if we are going to miss our current target of 76%. I think the IMF estimate that if continue within the existing fiscal framework, will reach 80% of debt to GDP in terms of our levels. We also further propose comprehensive spending reviews, initially with a 3-month spending review to cut waste and reallocate funds to essential services such as healthcare, policing, and education. Also implementing adjustment budgets to shift spending without tax hikes. And lastly, conducting at least a 9-month deep dive to review our outdated expenditures. Also know that GTAC presented to Parliament last week and identified an additional 12 billion rand in savings that could be used in the reprioritization process of the budget. We also know that there is a long overdue review of all public entities. We have at least 286 PFMA listed public entities in South Africa, and many of them rely on subsidies or transfers from the fiscus itself. This has been a long-standing position of the party, and we believe that there's been limited attempts to review the effectiveness, cost efficiency, or the mandate overlaps of these particular public entities. We also believe in no further bailouts for SOEs because we believe that it introduces a moral hazard. And we also understand that almost 600 billion rand has been spent on bailing out SOEs, with half of that money going to 7 SOEs themselves. We also look at exploring privatization or the partial privatization of underperforming SOEs, which we believe remain inefficient despite consistent bailouts from the fiscus. Will freeze for 12 months where no new hires will be made outside of essential frontline services, such as healthcare, education, SAPs, and other critical roles. Also a government-wide ghost employee audit, and we believe that this should be led by our Deputy Minister in the National Treasury to be able to ensure that we eliminate fraudulent salary payments, and ultimately we are able to ensure that we are paying people who actually show up at work and are living, breathing, and have warm bodies and minds. We also look at increasing tax compliance, and I think there's been a lot mentioned about this. The SARS Commissioner mentioned that there are 800 rand in uncollected taxes, and we believe by allocating the necessary monies to SARS, which are in the budget, we would be able to plug further gaps within the fiscal framework. And ultimately, that is the summary of the presentation that we would like to put forward to the committee this morning, Chairperson. It's a rather quick slot of 10 minutes, but we look forward to any questions and engagement that may come afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, DA. Then the next is Dr. Sean Muller. Over to you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairpersons, Honourable Members. Thank you for the opportunity to present. So I'll be presenting on the revenue proposals and fiscal framework. There are many other issues that other presenters have raised regarding appropriations. I'll save my comments on appropriations largely for that. for those sets of hearings. This is an outline of the presentation. I will make sure I keep to the 10-minute time limit. Preliminary matters, I've raised these before. I'm just getting in the habit of raising them every year, that I think it's a good idea, and perhaps the finance committees can lead on this. It's a good idea for Parliament to get presenters to provide a little bit of information to members and to members of the public and the media who are present on potential conflicts of interest, the capacity in which they claim to be presenting, and so forth. I did have an engagement with the committees around the MTBPS last year. I was asked to provide some additional information, which I did. I'm not sure if any progress has been made on that, but I will try to lead by example, as it were, and so just a few answers to questions. In what capacity am I presenting? I'm presenting as an independent expert on economics, public finance, and parliamentary fiscal oversight. I do not claim to represent anybody. My submission is just trying to provide accurate and independent analysis and broadly promote the public interest. And I don't believe I have any actual or potential conflicts of interest that I would need to declare for this presentation. Okay, the headline issue, as all members will know this year, is the proposed VAT increase. I want to deal with two aspects of that: procedural issues and fiscal issues. On the procedural side, if I may say so, I have been raising concerns since 2015 when I worked in the Parliamentary Budget Office, with raising these concerns with then Chairperson Honourable Karim. And then afterwards, as an independent academic, the potential problems posed by the approach to processing revenue proposals that had become the convention in Parliament. It just didn't really make sense for draft proposals to be tabled with the budget, formal proposals to be tabled in the middle of the year, and the actual proposals only to be finalized in law at the end of the year. This was always going to present problems if there was any kind of contention, and that is what is now happening with the VAT proposal. I'll say a bit more about that. Unfortunately, when some of us suggested that amendments were made to the Money Bills Act in 2018, that was one of the areas that was not covered. And I think I'm glad that there's now more attention coming to this issue. It's unfortunate that it wasn't anticipated, but I would support the view that the Money Bills Act does need to be amended in order to address some of the issues that have now again been raised by the proposed VAT increase. There's a lot of contestation around the legalities. I may not be a lawyer, but I am very familiar with the legislation involved. And I'm also familiar with some of the fiscal thinking behind the Money Bills Act and similar legislation. In my view, the crux of the matter is that the Constitution gives Parliament the power to amend any money bill. The Money Bills Act expands on that. And the Value Added Tax Act, which is being invoked by the Ministry of Finance and the National Treasury, was promulgated prior to the existence of the Constitution. So it's not surprising that its provision for the Ministry of Finance to introduce a VAT increase or decrease doesn't really accord with the powers given to Parliament. So my view is that ultimately the Constitution and the Money Bills Act have to trump the Value Added Tax Act. Whether this will be taken to a legal challenge, I don't know. But then also, just to add, it's not just a legal issue. On the fiscal side, it doesn't make sense to allow the minister these kinds of powers. And it's not hard to imagine why that would be the case. If the minister could just announce an increase in VAT up to 30%, that would wreak havoc on the fiscal framework and every other aspect of the budget. It doesn't make sense to say that Parliament has ultimate oversight power over the budget and then give the minister power to essentially raise VAT by pronouncement and thereby wreak havoc with the rest of the budget. It just doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent with the provision of the Constitution and the Money Bills Act and the fiscal logic behind the Money Bills Act. Okay, I just want to also raise a concern. There's a legal opinion that's been reported in the media. Transparency is really important around these issues. I'm not sure why the media is getting leaked legal opinions, but the legal opinion, as far as I could find, and apologies if it has been published, but I was unable to find it. The legal opinion also doesn't seem to take into account some of the issues that I've just mentioned, and that's a concern. But it would be best if these legal opinions were put into the public domain so that legal and fiscal experts and just members of the public can engage with them in full and directly. I just want to note also that there are various commentators, journalists, op-ed writers, economists, and so forth, who are claiming expertise on these budget oversight processes, but unfortunately are sowing more confusion. I don't want to pick on the PBO, but unfortunately, just given the amount of time available, I couldn't list all the examples. The PBO is a slightly egregious case because, of course, it is supposed to contain the experts that advise Parliament on these matters. This is an extract from the PBO submission on the 18th of March. It says the VAT Act requires that Parliament must enact the rates and monetary amounts and amendment to revenue laws bill before the increase can come into effect. That isn't correct. If that was true, how did the 2018 increase come into effect on the 1st of April when the rates bill was only passed by the National Assembly on the 20th of November 2018? We have been through this to some degree, so it's not necessary to reinvent the wheel. We've seen what happened in the past, even if, as I say, it clashed with the principles of the Constitution and the Money Bills Act. In the next slide, the PBO correctly states that the rates bill must be enacted in order to essentially make the VAT change permanent in law, but that's a different issue. The immediate issue is whether the VAT change can come into effect without the rates bill having been passed, and evidently that is possible because that's what happened in the past. Okay, I don't want to go into too much detail here, but again, it's quite important. The fiscal framework is not just a policy document, but it's also not a piece of legislation. The Money Bills Act is designed in a very particular way to force Parliament to make a high-level decision about the debt trajectory, borrowing, interest payments, and so forth, and thereby constrain subsequent decisions by other components of Parliament, specifically on the Division of Revenue Bill and the Appropriations Bill. So it's true to say that the fiscal framework is not a piece of legislation. It doesn't get translated into an act, but it is binding in terms of the framing of the Money Bills Act on subsequent decisions by Parliament. Just to say something about the economic and fiscal issues around the VAT increase, I have raised concerns about the fact that National Treasury and to a lesser extent SARS keep making statements about the infeasibility of raising top marginal income tax rates, raising the corporate tax rate, and so forth. Those claims are largely unsubstantiated or inadequately substantiated. I'm aware of some papers that claim to provide substantiation. My expert view is that they do not do that, and it would be great if Parliament could facilitate more substantive engagement on such claims. A perennial issue since I first started engaging with these issues from within the PBO was selective comparisons to other countries. Treasury and SARS have a habit of cherry picking comparator countries in order to make a point, whether about a taxation increase or a taxation decrease or the introduction of a new tax. And unfortunately, that undermines the credibility of such comparisons, even when sometimes they're in fact legitimate. So this is a regular concern. A lot of presenters endorsing this notion that SARS should be given more money to raise more revenue. In some sense, honourable members, it's a no-brainer. Of course, if you can give SARS 3 billion rand more funding, it'll collect 30 billion rand more in revenue. From a fiscal point of view, of course, one should do that. What's lacking, though, is accountability for these kinds of claims, and these numbers keep going up. So now it's 3 billion now or 4 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework. Some people saying SARS should get 20 billion. These are very large numbers for a single institution, and there needs to be very sharp accountability. So if the SARS commissioner says, give me 3 billion and I'll collect 20 billion, then there needs to be some very serious accountability for that down the line. And one of the problems with that is that there are many factors that affect tax collection. And so, for example, lower economic growth than expected, the SARS commissioner can just come along and say, oh, well, economic growth was low and that's why I couldn't collect it. And that's 3 billion rand essentially, in some ways, unaccounted for. So this is a problem. Just as an example, with the VAT increase, National Treasury uses this graph to show that actually it's perfectly legitimate to increase VAT. Maybe so, but there are other kinds of comparisons one could do. This is a graph I just quickly put together, but I haven't seen anybody else do it, comparing VAT rates globally to income inequality measured using the Gini coefficient. Now, given the nature of VAT and who pays it, some might argue that if your income inequality is higher, you should have lower VAT rates. And in that case, maybe South Africa shouldn't be increasing its VAT rate. Just to say something about scenarios very quickly, the two main amendment scenarios are that the finance committees accept the revenue proposals but reject VAT, or second one is they reject the revenue proposals and they reject VAT. In the second case, there will be knock-on implications for appropriations and expenditure. It is a bit strange that a political party is presenting in public hearings, but the one good thing about that is that it's clear the Democratic Alliance has thought a little bit ahead, because if you do, as the finance committees, reject the revenue proposal, reject the revenue total in the fiscal framework, then that will mean that the appropriations committees are going to have to make adjustments to appropriations in order to bring down the overall expenditure that's also in the fiscal framework. So there are knock-on implications of that. It's slightly simpler for the committees to accept the overall revenue amount and reject VAT. Committees are familiar, I'm sure, with these requirements for amending the fiscal framework and amending the revenue proposals. This has never been done in the past.
Dr. Muller, this is the sound of a stopwatch. Can you hear it?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes. Yes, I'm finishing.
We have your return submission, so we'll with it. Please bear with us. You know very well the pressure that we have. You have been here before, and please, there's too much pressure with those who could not be able to allocate space to present. So they might make an issue with us and say, why was Dr. Muller given extra 2 minutes? Thanks very much.
Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Doctor. The next stakeholder, ENS.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this morning. There are only limited number of aspects that I would like to deal with this morning. Pretty much limited to the VAT rate increase and the aspects relating to the additional zero ratings that have been proposed. The one aspect, just starting off with the practical implications of the VAT rate increase, I think that it must also be appreciated what the compliance cost for business is in the circumstances, and so, also the time frame that we have, sort of a 6 weeks time period to introduce substantial changes to accounting systems, to invoicing processes, to pricing of goods, to review sort of contracting arrangements that are already in place, and with the sort of double increase that is being proposed, to be in a position to manage multiple VAT rates, once we get to 2026, you would sort of have to have different systems or different control accounts dealing with, 15% rate, a 15.5% rate, and a 16% rate. This creates the significant opportunity for error and potential penalties and interest that are then being associated with that. So, I think that the investment required by business generally to implement this needs to be taken into account as well, and specifically two increases in within a 12-month period. Our view would be that VAT rate increase is in fact not at all sensitive market data, and it is in fact something that should be announced in advance so that there's a proper opportunity to in fact make those changes in the circumstances. The other point that I would make around this, obviously at this point in time, and some points have been made by other speakers relating to sort of the legislative process, and what is possible in the circumstances. If we have a delay, if we have a change in the VAT rate, given the opposition that currently exists, an already short time frame is quite substantially shortened in the process, which may make it very difficult for businesses to in fact deal with that. So it's critical that there that certainty is provided on that particular point as soon as possible. The next point that I would I'd like to deal with is the aspects around the additional zero ratings that have been proposed. And I think that while this is welcomed in the circumstances, I mean, sort of a little bit concerned about the message that has been conveyed, from the budget speech that made an announcement of tinned or canned vegetables that would be included in the VAT in the list of zero-rated food items. And then also sort of the budget review that dealt with it in that wording at all. I mean, as well. And if you look at the Agricultural Products Act, which is pretty much the act that the South African Revenue Services, uses to interpret the zero-rated foodstuffs, there are a broad range of vegetables, and then once the legislation was available, that was limited to beans and peas in the circumstances. Mixed vegetables are not included, mealies are not included. I mean, the only evidence of this was a sort of looking at the potential cost in the circumstances. The cost of the additional zero-rated items of 2 billion rand that was sort of lower than maybe we expected it to be in the circumstances. So while this is appreciated and we understand that there's a cost benefit of that, I think that it is important just to I understand the limitation of this and the sort of unintended consequences in terms of market forces and volumes of those particular products that need to be taken into account. I would then also like to move to the point, around sort of edible offal that has been included on the list as well. I think that we have for a long period of time been very concerned that as a meat producing country, and agriculture being a very significant contribution to the economy, that in fact there are no meats that are included on the zero-rated list. And I mean, that is very important from a protein perspective, and from I mean specifically as far as stunting is concerned as well. And we think that it is a very good poverty alleviation mechanism that needs to be taken. I mean, and it's important that these are processed as far as that's concerned. We need to again consider sort of the implications of whether this is possible by the 1st of May and what impact that would have just from a legislative process. I mean, what I would just like to deal with some of the specific, wording of the legislation that I think is important from a poverty perspective. Just I mean the distinction in terms of the definitions that have been put into the act. Bovine, which is cattle, and now included as domestic cattle in the circumstances. The link to the Agricultural Products Act in the circumstances, and we know from experience that the way that these provisions are interpreted are sort of the way that suppliers go to market in terms of what is marked and marketed in the circumstances and what it's called. We're very concerned that the current wording only links to offal multi-packs and not the individual parts of it. For example, I mean, in terms of the National Food School Feeding Program, livers are provided, chicken livers are provided in those circumstances, and they should be zero-rated. But the current wording does not, talk about the individual components of it. It just seems to limit it to offal itself, which in the trade would be called multi-packs. There are also other inconsistencies between chicken and the other animals, being cattle, sheep and goats. I mean, for cattle, sheep and goats, soup and marrow bones have been included, whereas in fact, for chickens, I mean, sort of the carcass once all the meat has been removed is also a product that is often bought by poor households as a soup bone. So there should not be that distinction between the different animal types, and there are also interpretations issues around sort of tripe and intestines and cleaned intestines in the circumstances as well. So we would urge the committee just to give some sort of direction as far as this is concerned, so that there are no unintended consequences, and we make sure that the benefit of this gets across, it is provided to poor households. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairman.
Thanks very much, ENS. You have served 1 minute 47 seconds. Thanks very much for that. Next stakeholder, SA Wines. SA Wines, are you there?
I'm here, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I proceed? You can see my slides.
We don't see your slide. You can proceed and speak to it. We have the copy. Alan or Buhle, can you make it host?
It's a slide on there. I can't see from my side. I just want to verify.
Nkululeko, can you assist?
Hi, Chair. Yes, Mr. Conradi is a co-host. He can share his slide. I will also try and assist on my side, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. I've already tried to share it. I'm not sure why, but I think I'm going to start. Is that fine with the chair?
Please start. Alan, Buhle and Nkululeko will be trying to project it, but in the meantime, just speak to it.
I will do. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think I want to take maybe 40 seconds. This was not part of the presentation, but I think it's extremely important to acknowledge the privilege of being part of this. I call it a very serious team talk of all the stakeholders sitting here this morning. And what's important for me is, and I've jotted down already, and I think the first one, that's why we're all sitting here today, is to acknowledge the challenges on the fiscal side. And then I've picked up all the words and the themes like economic growth, the reference to unemployment, job creation, and it's critical to walk in the shoes of all these different stakeholders to understand what they have in mind, what are the concerns, and what are the proposals they would like to put forward for the different committees to consider in finalizing this year's budget. With that in mind, it's also critical then for me to say we have already shared a full submission yesterday, and I believe the committee members and anyone else that's operating in the public domain do have access to that specific 8 pages, and I would like to encourage everyone to read that. What's important for us is just maybe a few comments. Last year, this time, we were sitting as the wine industry with an adjustment of CPI plus 2.5%. This year, we're sitting at CPI plus 2%, and last year, the other categories in the liquor industry, they have only received CPI plus 2%. And I think to make it extremely easy, what we are saying, we as industry, we are addressing and working with all these themes that you have mentioned here this morning. And the only thing we ask, we would like to continue with that. We would like to add to the economic growth, as the revenue stream from the wine industry is not only the local market, it's also exports and also wine tourism. So if you look as a collective to our landscape, it is then important to understand the potential impact when you raise the retail selling prices in the market. And I think that is only we would like to share this morning with the team. And afterwards, you can have a look at our 8-pager in terms of the presentation. What we are saying, the first bullet for us is critical. We're looking at the master plan. We're also looking at the policy guidelines, and we say we're already equal and above to the 11% tax incidence rate on wine. And that's why I believe we only need to adjust it this year with a CPI-related increase. Why are we also saying that? What's happening in the industry, we can see there's a downward trend in terms of our hectares. There's a downward trend in the production. There's a downward trend in the sales volumes. And then also important to understand, maybe there's still a thin margin in making a profit, but not enough to reinvest, as this is critical for the wine industry. It's only a product that's sitting there for 20 years, then you need to replace and you need to replant. And that is what we would like to do. And in order to continue with that, what have we done? I think earlier this morning you pick up NCDs, you pick up sugar, and you pick up also maybe in later discussions, when we talk alcohol, harmful consumption, misuse and abuse. And what we have done, we're already working and we'll keep on working specifically at the lower priced wines to adjust the alcohol levels. And in the presentation, you will see it at the later stage then, really at that bottom end of the wine, we're sitting with low alcohol levels. And that is critical, important to ensure what are we doing with consumers and customers operating there. So from a technical perspective, we're really serious and it would look into the ABV of all our products, and that is what we're busy with. The second one that is important for us, whatever we do as government, we also look to the World Trade Organization and also to the World Health Organization, and also what is playing out in the United Nations. And I think later today, the World Health Organization will also do a presentation. And if you look at our competitors in the world, typically in Europe, if you look at Italy, Spain, Portugal, Germany, France, and you start comparing our excise, then we're above in France. We're paying 17 times more than them. And if you take someone like Canada that's really strict and maybe have the highest in the world, we're already 3.5 times higher than Canada. And that is really then what we're trying to say is the impact and the economic growth of the wine industry is not only the wine industry per se, but also the ripple effect in terms of what we're doing along a very, very long wine value chain. And in that regard, I need to pause and I would like to acknowledge government for the last year specifically, and I think someone mentioned it earlier, to attend to infrastructure logistics, also looking into energy and electricity, also looking into crime and corruption. So we believe there's a willingness to work with one another, to engage with one another, and to operate as a unity, as this is what we need as a country taking it forward. And if we don't do that, and you will pick it up in my second last slide, if the increase of the retail selling price is above CPI, easily you will see that vicious cycle in the second last slide. And illicit trade is a reality in our country. And if we don't take ownership of it as a collective, then we're really going to run into trouble. And I'm not going to repeat you, but I want to point it out, Chair, and to the committee members, please have a look at the specific slide that is on page 8. And then in closure, what is there that I really would like to leave in your midst? Whatever we do, when we talk about harmful consumption or the concerns about misuse and abuse, it must be a whole of society approach. It can't only be on the finance side or on the excise side. We also need to reach out to other government departments like health, social development, agriculture, and I can continue with that. With the whole of society, we mean parents, schools, local communities, and government. And we believe where we're sitting at the moment in terms of our tax that we're paying to government, that is the right thing to do. We will do that. And we would like to encourage you to make sure whatever you do, it's fair and it's a balanced approach in terms of database and evidence-based information. We make a final recommendation. And then I want to conclude with my final slide there. We ask you, please, as with the national minimum wage, previous years it was CPI plus 5-6%. This year, CPI plus 1.5%. So we're not tone deaf in terms of your challenges, but we would like to work with government. We know exactly the scoreboard and your agenda, and we're here to work as a public and a private institution with you. Please consider to adjust the CPI, the excise tax in line with CPI and not above as the current proposal of CPI plus 2%. I thank you and looking forward to further engagement and/or questions, and all the best to the other speakers. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Christo, for your presentation and saving 1 minute 30 seconds. Honorable members, let's engage with the presentations so far. After that, we'll get the second round of presentations. Where are we? Here we are. Yeah. Let me identify the hands. Honorable Van Rooyen. Are there other members who want to ask questions?
Yes, Chair, I'm struggling to find the icon. Honorable Siwis.
Okay.
The same here, Chair. It's not showing on my screen. Please, register my hand. Chair, I think IT people are the ones who deactivated our icons here.
Oh, so it's Honorable Van Rooyen, Honorable Ndlovu, Siwisa, Ngumalo, Maute, Brett, Swart, Lekwasi, who else? Swart, here, Lekwasi, yeah. Okay, Honorable Van Rooyen, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. A very good morning to all who are in attendance. Chair, maybe let me also start by welcoming submissions made by all participants. I will start with COSATU. Various studies, as we speak, confirm that reliance on the private sector investment in resolving our economic problems have a potential of increasing the cost of public services and goods to the ordinary people. And besides, it will also have the prospects of accelerating the much discussed privatization. Now, I'm not sure because we see in the current budget proposals strong reliance on the public sector investment, to provide basic services. Now, it's very clear that government will be putting a lot of money to de-risk public investment, public sector investment. Now, I'm not sure what is the view of COSATU about the reliance that is so apparent in this budget proposal, reliance on the public sector investment by our government. It will be interesting for COSATU to outline their position, because I didn't hear them saying anything about or registering this as a concern, not unless maybe they are not of the same assertion. But it will be important to hear their view. Are we taking a direction that suggests that is the government taking a direction that suggests that the private sector will take over the provision of basic services and goods, the public goods that are meant for the poor people, that majority of our members of COSATU? is what is COSATU's take on this particular approach. We have seen also on the infrastructure side, there's a lot of reliance on the participation of the private sector. So it will be important for COSATU just to outline what is their take about the much emphasized role that will be played by the private sector in provision of basic services. To Amandla Mobi, they raised a concern about the GNU working together. I'm not sure, is it not expecting GNU to work together, given the different backgrounds and ideological positions or the participants of the GNU government? Is it not Amandla Mobi expecting the impossible to happen? Because the root of the matter is that with the little time that we had of this so-called GNU, we have realized disagreement on various and important and crucial policy-related issues. You can name the issue of the Bella Act, how it was finally enacted, but also the issue of the NHI, which is currently is a matter for public discourse. The disagreements are so conspicuous because of different ideological grounding of the participants of the GNU. So how does Amandla Mobi expect the GNU partners to cooperate on this aspect? Because the root of the matter is that their disagreements are the order of the day. I think it's more of expecting the impossible to happen from this arrangement of the GNU. Also, on the budget coalition, I think they place emphasis on the freezing the contribution by the government employee pension fund as another stopgap measure that can help us to address the budget deficit for this financial year, while other options are being looked at. I'm not sure if have they compared the prospects and the constraints of this recommendation. If they have done such, could they please share with us what exactly are we looking at here if we take this particular route of freezing the government employees pension fund contribution, the prospects and the constraints thereof? I think it will be important for us, to be taken on board about that. And I think I missed the name of the presenter. I think it's Dr. Mela or someone who came after him when he spoke about the cost that goes with accommodating the muted VAT changes. I'm not sure if have they done a study or maybe a quick estimates of what will be the cost of accommodating these VAT changes within a very short space of time. I think that information is very important. To argue for or against the VAT increases or the VAT holding, as most of the presenters have suggested hitherto. I think those are the basic questions that I have for now, Chair. The few questions that I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Van Rijn. Honorable Ndlovu.
Thanks very much, Chair, and greetings to yourself and honorable members in the platform. And let me also join Honorable Van Rijn in welcoming the presentation from the different organizations. Chair, I'm not sure because from our side, you have never mentioned anything about the time. So otherwise you'll end up talking until you even stop us. Maybe it's one area that you need to advise us on. My first question is to COSATU, Chair. Recognizing that a significant component of government consumption is compensation for the public servants, the workers. This means the productivity of public expenditure is also impacted significantly by the productivity of public servants. What measures are required to optimize the productivity of public servants in order to improve public service provision, which lacks in a number of areas, whilst we also recognize hardworking public servants. The other question, Chair, is to the Breadline. What is the observation of Breadline Africa on the ECD migration, and is government in the right trajectory despite the challenges you raise in your presentation? The other one, Chair, is on the public economy project. Is South Africa facing a fiscal cliff such that the debt to GDP ratio should stabilize at of 76.2% in 2025, or meanwhile debt service costs will peak in 2024-2026, stabilizing at 21.7% of revenue and decline thereafter. In addition to this, the National Treasury observed that our fiscal position remains within our metric threshold. The other one on the public economy project is, what is the debt ceiling threshold for developing economies? To Amanda Mobi, I think that is the last one, Chair. What is the Amanda Mobi economic growth proposal that are required in order to expand the tax base and to enable a more rapid expansionary policy framework to meet our social protection objectives, such as the eradication of poverty and addressing unemployment? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable Suwisa.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone. Chair, I hope my network is not going to kick me out because it's been a problem. Chair, I've got two questions. One is for Dr. Miller, the other one is for COSATU. Taking into consideration that we are continuously experiencing unemployment and increases, and there is no plan, even though the minister said that job creation, but not being specific. I would like to ask, if you were to advise the minister which industry to revive to ensure that there is job creations, and we are not just speaking about jobs, but we are speaking about jobs that they've got benefits, sustainable jobs, jobs that are going to address the needs within South Africa, the jobs that are going to actually address the scarce skills within South Africa, because we know that most of our graduates, they've studied for certain things and yet they can't find jobs within South Africa itself. And there's a possibility they can't even find jobs outside of South Africa because of the standard of education that is in South Africa. That's for COSATU. Number two, Dr. Miller spoke about allocation of funds to SARS in order to collect more revenue, which we all agree that we need to collect more revenue. We agree that SARS needs more fund to do their job. But also I want to find his opinion or his view when it comes to the lack of enough funding for the SIU to actually do investigations of corruption, because most of the corruptions that are happening in government departments, the SIU has a responsibility to do those investigations. So if there was going to, according to your opinion or your view, if there was anything that needs to be done when it comes to allocation of funds, what is your view about the increase that needs to happen for the Department of SIU for investigation, especially corruption investigations within departments and municipalities to be effective, and people must be brought to book, and most of the cases to be closed down, because some of these cases have been dragging for so long, and some of them, they just get lost in the system. We don't know how. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thanks, Honorable Suwisa. Honorable Numalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. My humble greetings to you and all the members that are connected. Chairperson, I think the issue, my question was on Breadline already, and another member has asked that question. The next question is on the DA. I want to check on with the DA. Is the DA of the position that the NYDA, which is a youth program which focuses on youth, is not a necessary institution to advance youth development in their way? Because really sometimes we get a lot of criticisms on the NYDA. I want to check with them as to whether it's not sufficient enough to lead the issue of young people, because we are always complaining of a high unemployment in our area. Chairperson, the other issue is the issue, welcome the issue of ESCOM to say that they are going to make sure that the issue of load shedding come to a stop, because really most of the SMMEs are not able to prosper correctly just because of the issue of load shedding. We welcome the recommendation to say that ESCOM must do away with the load shedding so that our business, our young people, everyone who wants to start a business can be able to do so without those complications. Thank you very much, Chair. Other questions have been taken by our members, and I am very much happy. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Numalo. Honorable Mautu. Honorable Alexander, I can see your hand noted.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself, and colleagues, and then all the stakeholders that have logged on and those who are watching at home. Chair, but just a few questions. I won't take much of the time. The first one is to COSATU. We want you to be clear, COSATU, so that we are not confused of where you stand. Do you support the VAT increase? That's one. Do you support the increase on corporate tax? Or rather, would you support the increase on corporate tax, considering the fact that it was 29 and then reduced to 27? So there's been calls that it need to be increased to 29. Would you support such a proposal? And the last one is, would you support the introduction of wealth tax and to assist to in the revenue generation of this country? And those are the three questions. To Breadline Africa, we've heard you. I don't have any much questions. To public economy project, you are saying the tax system in South Africa is progressive, and that the proposal to increase the VAT is regressive, which I agree is regressive. But how is this tax system progressive when it taxes the poor far much more than it does to the rich? Literally making the poor even poorer and the rich even richer. So how would you say it's still progressive? And then the second question to you is, you say a legitimate coalition must pass a budget. What do you mean by that? Chair, to the Budget Justice Coalition, you say you believe that there are better alternatives to the VAT increase, which we agree in principle, but you're only citing one or two things. You're saying we need to uphold the increase in spending, and then you spoke about the criminal assets recovery and a figure of about 3.5 billion that can be tapped into. But what other initiatives or alternatives are out there to try to address the shortfall the Minister of Finance is faced with? I don't even want to talk about the DA. I think they're just wasting our time. Your GNU partners, go and speak there to region, because the things you are talking about here are not pro-poor. You know, you of course your messaging is around the VAT, but when you look deep into what you are talking about, it's not about VAT. It's about privatization of the SOEs, because you are saying that government needs to stop the bailouts to SOEs. Why do you call it the bailout? When government gives money to Department of Health, to Department of Education, it's not a bailout. But as soon as it gets to SOEs, you call it the bailout. You are saying that because in your next line, then you say the government must privatize SOEs, and you make an example of PRASA, of Dinel, of Transnet. So basically you are saying the government must do away with creating its own capacity as the state and privatize everything. But this is the private sector where a lot of illicit financial flows are happening, where a lot of tax avoidance are happening. And that's why the SARS Commissioner is unable to collect revenues. So you want to turn South Africa into a liberal country, which we are not, and we cannot be, because we've seen over the past years that with this budget, the liberal budget that has been passed throughout, it does not address the issues of inequality, of unemployment, of poverty. So how do you still perpetuate that the Minister of Finance needs to do? You need to wake up, you need to catch a wake-up call yourselves, and don't come here and think that you are the bigger brother in the GNU. So GNU arrangement, go and address those issues in there. And then you say the state must provide property rights. The state must expropriate land without compensation. That's where we stand. And that bill, that act, Honorable Chairperson, which of course in its current form we don't agree with, we want it to be modified to remove this compensation thing so that the land can go back to its rightful owners. Chair, with regards to Dr. Muller, he was criticizing the PBO, he was criticizing the progressive proposals that have been made by, but he doesn't bring any concrete proposal himself. It doesn't really help to come and criticize a PBO and not provide an alternative of what needs to happen. Chair, I will leave it there for now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Moto. Honorable Brett. There is a request from the TV team that, if possible, let's show our faces. That's the request from the media in general, actually, not only the TV team. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First of all, to all the presenters, thank you for your presentations. We take note of the content thereof, and it will come in very handy later on when we deliberate on these matters. Due to time constraints, I'm going to limit myself to COSATU's presentation. COSATU made the statement that the wage bill has been stable and in fact substantially declined over the past 2 decades from 40% to 31% of the budget. And COSATU also submitted that the headcount has remained 1.2 million since 1994. Now, that's not the first time that COSATU submitted these aspects, but given the fact that the total wage bill of general government compensation of employees increased from 22% of the GDP in 2007 to 29% of the GDP in 2023, will COSATU concede that such a GDP increase is not sustainable in the medium to long term. Furthermore, public sector salaries versus private sector salaries should not be only compared, but maybe investigated, because public sector salaries appears to be higher in certain instances than the private sector, which may be an indicator for the GDP increase in the total government wage bill, which does not translate to the decrease in the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Brett. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity, Chairperson and members, to engage with the many submissions received during this very important public participation process. I've mentioned it also in October, I think, last year, the importance that we need to underline with public participation processes. The question is, the presentation that we've listened to, is this the voice of South Africans? Is this the voice of the people of all 9 provinces? And that is sometimes a bit concerning. But, Mr. Chair, let me just, there's a line. And I've listened and I've heard some of this stuff, in October. I think it was Lisa Higginson that said, let's start doing things, differently, because don't let me come to October and next year budget again, and we need to struggle with the same stuff. And I'm absolutely sure, Chairperson, that a lot of things have been said over the years that we're still struggling with, and that we're still struggling to, to think out of the box and to come up with solutions. What I've heard here today through the line from Breadline Africa, Salva, COSATU, Amandu, from everybody, there's a certain things that really stand out: child protection, underfunded, DSD budget imbalance, the rejection of the VAT hike, adjust grants, ramp up jobs and SME support. And there's a lot of things: enforce spending reviews, cut waste, avoid hurting taxpayers further, youth employment and entrepreneurship left unfunded. A lot of things, real stuff that we need to deal with as Parliament. Let me start, Chairperson, by acknowledging the pain and the urgency in many of the presentations we've heard today. And the message is loud and clear: South Africa is hurting. Poverty is deepening. Unemployment, especially amongst the youth, is alarmingly high. And many civil society organizations are rightfully calling for more funding to meet the growing needs of vulnerable communities where we stay. But, Chairperson, I must also, and we must also be honest with one another. The state cannot give what it does not have. The state cannot give what it does not have. We are in a fiscal crisis as a country. Debt levels are soaring, interest repayments of almost 1 billion rand per day are eating into funds meant for development. And our tax base is shrinking. We cannot continue with business as usual. And that's what we said right from the beginning. If we try to meet every demand by simply spending more, we risk plunging this country into even deeper financial instability. We cannot afford a VAT increase that we've listened and we've heard very clearly this morning. It is a blunt, regressive tool that will only punish the poor further. What we need instead is bold structural reform. We must create an environment that attracts investors, not repels them. Investment means growth, and growth means jobs, sustainable jobs, not endless grants. We need less red tape, better infrastructure, and safer communities. It is time, Mr. Chairperson, to review all government programs and projects of the past 30 years. What has worked must be scaled. What has failed must be shut down. We must move towards a zero-based budgeting system where every rand must be justified, not just repeated because it was spent last year. Chairperson, none of this will succeed unless we tackle the elephant in the room: corruption, and more corruption and mismanagement. Consequence management must no longer be a slogan, it must be a reality. The Zondo Commission has shown us where the rot lies. Now we must act. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. That was my overall input after this, all the presentations.
Thank you. Honorable Tidimalo Likhwase.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to all on the platform. Let me start, Chairperson, by appreciating the submissions made by all the stakeholders or participants in today's public hearings. Chair, I will go straight. I'm partly covered by Honorable Mautwe on the issue of Dr. Miller and the PBO. But what I would like to ask Dr. Miller is just your view. Are you saying South Africa is in a fiscal cliff? And have we really exceeded what would be an acceptable threshold despite varying empirical findings on the question? Chairperson, to the Democratic Alliance, I want to check if are they of the view that our tax system already taxes wealthy persons enough, and are there no parameters to achieve the distribution objectives in a society with such a high inequality levels? Chairperson, on, I don't know if I'll be pronouncing this correctly. Haela, you spoke on sugar taxation. Now, my question would be, what is the required balance to transition to a high? Looking at the fact that sugar taxation, while balancing the industrial aspect of the problem, does it impact workers just as much as it impacts the health of citizens? What just transition is required, as good health outcomes are critical for our economy and livelihoods of citizens? And Chairperson, to COSATU, I want to check the view of COSATU on what measures may be required to address the risk of RAF, the Road Accident Fund, on the fiscals, and what specific measures should be proposed on the RAF and the benefit schemes bills to introduce the lower annual liability. Chairperson, this will be, no, my last question will be to the Democratic Alliance. Is Democratic Alliance ever conducted an empirical study on the impact of the spending reviews on key developmental areas such as training and development, which is critical to enhance the capability of the public service and the cutting of 55% of advertising expenditure, which can also undermine access to information for the public? And lastly, Chair, just out of interest, I want to check what impact has calls for tax boycotts have on the fiscus, as it was a position advanced by the federal chairperson of the DA in 2019. And what civil duties does political parties have in ensuring the increased tax compliance? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Alexander. And then after that, I'll come to Honorable Ryder and Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to everybody who presented to the committee today. My question is specifically for the Democratic Alliance, and to say, like, we find ourselves in a very difficult fiscal situation and very unprecedented. Is there anything that could be done to change that? And subject to this question as well is, what is the Democratic Alliance's view on VAT? Are they opposed to a VAT increase? And the last question is, should you be opposed to the VAT increase, how else can revenue be generated in order to assist with the deficit that we're currently seeing? And does the party have any policies or recommendations that would look to helping with revenue generation for South Africa? Thank you, Chair.
But Chair, this is abuse. Hi.
Oh, Honorable, this Mauta.
Okay.
Please hold yourself. Honorable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings, everybody. So I think I'm just going to start off, apologize, I missed some of the presentations because I had another important meeting to think, but just in terms of COSATU, I just want to compliment them. They were one of the first parties that joined with Action SA in terms of extra money for SARS, and it just shows how people with maybe ideological differences can actually work together for the betterment of South Africa. So I do want to compliment them on that. And they also raised a very good thing that nobody really seems to pick up is on SMEs. You know, as a country, we focus too much on big industries and all this. We need to empower SMEs, and they can really be the turning point in our country. And I think true transformation can happen in our country if we empower young Black entrepreneurs to really make a difference. And I just think at the moment we're just putting too many hurdles. So I think that was a valid point raised by COSATU. And then I'd also like to ask the DA, and they talk very eloquently about cutting costs. And I think as Action SA, we fully agree there's just too much corruption, wastage and incompetence in the system. But one thing they don't touch on is the size of the cabinet. 2 years ago, they were shouting from the rooftops about the size of the cabinet and how expensive it is. Now the cabinet's got even more bloated. It's now at 75. They've got a lot of deputy ministers and ministers. And they also 2 years ago raised a flag about cabinet perks, yet they're part of it, and I just want to ask them why they didn't factor that into their cost savings. We estimate that the cost of cabinet is costing South Africans well over 1.5 billion. And if we add the perks, and we're probably looking at another 1.5 billion. So there is a massive saving. And I just want to ask them why they didn't factor that into their cost exercise. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Beasley. Let's get responses in the order that you presented. 2 minutes each. Comrade Matthew, 2 minutes.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, members. Let me get up. I think on the investment, Chair, to Honorable Van Rooyen, look, we have to balance the two. The state has got a strategic role to play. Some things like basic services, it must be the state who provides it. Not everything can be about profiteering, etc. And of course, it also needs to provide a level playing field, need to address the issue of monopolization and competition, etc. Make sure the poor receive their services. But also, Chair, we do need to also mobilize all possible financial support. We have a 1% GDP growth rate, a 41% unemployment rate, aging infrastructure. I think we've long moaned about the private sector investment strike. So I think for us it's about, we're in a crisis, let's mobilize every single rand and cent. And of course, the state must help guide it in a progressive way and find the right balance. Things the state must do, things the private sector can do, etc. And we do want to appreciate the huge injection over the MTEF for the infrastructure allocation. We think that is critical, and hopefully they can add at least 1% to the GDP growth rate. Chair, on the wage bill, look, I think two things. It's different. You can't really compare public sector to private sector. Public sector doesn't employ 1 million farm workers, 1 million domestic workers. It employs doctors, it employs nurses, teachers, etc. So you must rather compare what a doctor earns in the public sector compared to the private sector, a teacher, etc. Then you'll find the public sector actually is falling behind, and we can continue to pickpocket a nurse. What you find is that those skilled professionals will go to better paying jobs in the private sector or overseas, and we're seeing the brain drain, we're seeing the huge stress in the public sector. Chair, I think for us around the productivity of public sector, SARS is giving you a roadmap. If you appoint competent management, remove corrupt elements, if you fill critical frontline vacancies, not management vacancies, but actual staff, if you invest in the infrastructure institution, then you can see a real turnaround around the productivity. And then, Chair, on the issue of jobs, look, I think for us it's about stimulus, it's about infrastructure, about public employment programs to help people find a path to the labor market, about addressing the network obstacles like electricity and rail and ports, etc. If there's one industry we must prioritize, Chair, I think is mining. We must sort out the cadastral issue so we can unlock mining investments. Mining investments have declined at an extremely disconcerting rate in South Africa. We must also address the Eskom issue, because you find many industries, including the mining sector, the foundries, etc., they can no longer afford the tariffs that Eskom charges. So we need a solution which says we can make sure Eskom is not only efficient, but its electricity is affordable for industry. And of course, making sure Transnet works. If Transnet can work, Chair, we'll see company taxes coming to the state, VAT, income taxes, because it's going to unlock manufacturing, mining, agriculture, etc. And of course, to remove some of the, or reduce some of the red tape, etc. Chair, I think for us, while we've been very keen about SARS as a vehicle, SARS under the late Pravin Gordhan was the engine of the success of the Mandela and the Mbeki administrations. We think it can be the success of our turnaround as a country. They have shown the capacity. They've gone from a 61 to a 64% tax compliance rate. We think now we need to have a discussion to say, how do we get to a 70% tax compliance rate, especially on the illicit flow, around customs enforcement, etc. To Honorable Matwe, Chair, on VAT, no, we oppose a VAT hike. It hurts the poor who are already drowning in debt and can't afford. It treats the poor the same as the rich. We think there's more space, Chair, to look at wealthy individuals, wealthy companies. So company taxes, yes. Wealth taxes, yes. Increasing PIT for the wealthy, reducing tax breaks, increasing inheritance, estate duty, luxury good taxes. Yes, we'll support that. Chair, let's get into the end. We do need a discussion, Chair, about a proper industrial SME and export financing program. The money we're allocating is just not enough to turn the corner around GDP growth. And that money must come from the fiscus, from the DFIs, from the private sector. The state itself will never have enough funds given our challenges. So we need to unlock all of them. We do need, Chair, to have a review of the incentives. Some of the incentives, the impact is negligible. And you can even, when you engage with different line function departments, they can't also point you what is achieved, like the ETI, for example. Then, Chair, just lastly, around the road accident fund, the fact that it's got 400 billion rand worth of liabilities, it's galloping. It's, again, riddled with corruption, pilferage by private sector lawyers. Victims are not getting the money. The wealthy have fancy lawyers so they can get the money. You can see the condition of the RAF where they have attachments. They don't even have chairs for the staff to work on because they've been attached. Workers or victims struggle to get the claims. So I think, Vice Chair, that you do need to go under administration. You do need to have a system to clean up the corruption, to modernize the archaic systems, so similar to UF and COIDA, etc. But Chair, we also need to get the RAF and the RAPS bills to Parliament, because they kind of then place the RAF on a similar path as the UF and COIDA, where the limited resources it has must go to the poor and must not go to the wealthy who can afford private insurance, etc., etc. If the state has got limited funds, then those funds must always be directed to the poor, not to the wealthy. Hopefully, Chair, I didn't abuse your hospitality and I kept to the 2-minute time frame. Thanks, Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Comrade Matthew. Breadline Africa.
Thank you, Chair. I think just to answer the question on the ECD migration, is the government on the right trajectory? In short, 100% yes, it is. The president is throwing his support behind the ECD sector. As you can see, the finance minister as well, with budget allocated. Of course, with every new initiative, there are teething problems, and there are definite areas of improvement in the spending. And as Breadline Africa, we welcome the opportunity to open dialogue, to assist in improving the efficiency of any program that is going to be implemented in the ECD sector. For example, infrastructure and the awarding of tenders, we welcome the opportunity to come and share what actually a school or an ECD center would cost, and instead of what is being paid at the moment. And the last point is, I think, a good example of working together in the public and private sector is what we are doing in Mpumalanga with the mining and the closing of power stations, working together with DBE, working together with steering committees, ward councillors, municipalities. You know, that is working when we work together. I just believe that it could be done on a bigger level nationally. And again, thank you for your time, and we welcome the opportunity to discuss it further. Thank you.
Thanks, Breadline. PEP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I had 2 questions from Honourable Ndlovu. The first one was regarding South Africa's debt trajectory. So in our baseline as the Public Economy Project, and you can find that on slide 17 of our presentation, we have our own outlook for debt. And so whilst government projects debt to peak in this year, 2025, we actually expect debt to continue to increase over the medium term. And this is in part because of other expenditure items which we've put into our baseline. And Chairperson, it would almost certainly be the case if the current tax proposals are rejected and no viable alternative is put forward, and there's no adjustments to the expenditure envelope over the medium term, the debt trajectory will continue beyond 76.2%. The second question from Honourable Ndlovu was regarding the debt ceiling. So we don't believe in a debt ceiling per se, like beyond 60% or 80%, but there are real dynamics in terms of trade-offs between how much a country should and is willing to, both socially and politically, continue to issue debt at its current rate, and given its current growth rate in terms of the economy. And so we talk about RNG dynamics. So as a South African economy or the South African government, when we issue our debt, we're paying a lot higher than a country like Japan or Canada. And as a consequence, we're comparing that borrowing rate to our growth rate, we tend to have debt accumulation. And over the past 15 years, debt has been one of the fastest, if not the fastest, actually the fastest expenditure growing item, and it's crowding out other expenditure items. And we have to talk about what is viable. At what point do we continue 20 cents, 21 cents in the RAM that is contributed to debt service costs? And that becomes the dynamic. There's no sudden stop per se, but over time, it becomes an existential crisis for the country when you can't continue to employ frontline staff because you're using more of your resources to pay down debt or to service debt. Honorable Mautwe's question regarding the progressivity of the tax system, the overall system is progressive because of the three main instruments, two of which are quite progressive. So in terms of the incidence of VAT, yes, it is regressive because lower income folks spend a higher share of their money on consumption, and the consumption basket isn't covered adequately by zero rating. Yet PIT is very progressive because the more you earn, the higher percentage or your effective tax rate and your marginal tax rate is higher. And similarly with CIT, given that CIT holders of company shares more often than not higher income folk. And so the overall package is progressive. And when we consider the expenditure path or the expenditure incidence of the country, the overall budget is quite progressive. This does not mean it's adequate, but it's still progressive in terms of if one were to make a judgment. The third question or the second question from Honorable Mautwe was regarding a legitimate coalition. What we mean here is an effective majority. So it's not a judgment in terms of the use legitimate, but you need an effective majority, 50+1, to pass a budget. And this is required for government to continue its business. And we've discussed this, I think, in slide 22. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and to honourable members for the considered questions.
Thanks, Amanda Mobi.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very short. Honourable Des van Rooyen asked us how we expect the GNU to work. I'm not sure if there was a bit of a misunderstanding about what we said. But I will reiterate that we are concerned that within the government of national unity, there are parties, and we have a perfect example right now. It's happening. Parties maintaining opposition. You know, they are part of the GNU, but they're still doing their own thing and making noise about stuff, issues. Listen, it is normal for every house to have disagreements. Now, imagine if all the parties that form the GNU were here in these public hearings today, talking about, we want this, we want this, we want... People are going through a lot. We don't need a political circus right now that keeps on creating uncertainty. What the people want is a government that is sticking together, although it is formed by different political parties. They can fight, they can have their disagreements, they can do it in their house. The people don't need that right now. We don't need parties like the DA coming here asking themselves questions, coming here talking about a different budget when they have a deputy finance minister. You know, it's unacceptable to watch the circus happening. So that's what we mean, that these parties that form the GNU must work together. They have to find a way. We cannot be having parties politicking around and claiming victories. We stop the VAT with, no, we will not take that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chloe. Ilan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would just like to respond to Honorable Lekwase's question. So just to correct before I carry on, it's not a sugar tax, but rather it's a sugar sweetened beverage tax. And it's important to say this because sugary drinks have no nutritional value, and they are particularly harmful to the body in liquid form because the liver absorbs them more quickly than it can process and release. And drinking of these liquid sugar in beverages and extra calories is linked to non-communicable diseases, as I've mentioned, like diabetes, etc. And the honorable member also asked about what would be required to increase, to balance increasing the HPL and industry needs. Even this question is a question which prioritizes profits essentially over the health of people. The sugar industry has been given a moratorium, another moratorium, where there's been said it's been given time to restructure. But however, there's been a lack of accountability with this. They have not been checked on and how the restructuring is going, and yet again prioritizing their needs over the health of the people. And the cost to health, as I mentioned earlier on, and as a result of diabetes, other NCDs, and as a result of not increasing the HPL, far outweighs that of the industry. And the industry claims that there are job losses which have been associated with increasing the HPL. This notion is incorrect. Studies have shown that the HPL's job losses, the main contributor to it was the COVID-19 pandemic. And another one, which they often meant to mention, they fail to mention, is the fraudulent activities which takes place within the sugar industry themselves. And also, I'd like to just close with the words of Honorable PJ Swart. He said that what has worked must be scaled up and what has failed must be cancelled. The HPL clearly works with having collected 13 billion revenue to date. So let's scale up the HPL and make it work even better. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you. BJC DA.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you to the honourable members for the questions. Starting off with Honourable Nxumalo, when she refers to the NYDA, you'll see that in our presentation we provide a rationale for this, and it's based on the fact that despite the NYDA having been in existence for a number of years, it has not tangibly improved the lives of young people. We still have one of the highest youth unemployment rates in the world, and it has not taken tangible steps to amend that or to change that. We also know that it's a dumping ground for failed political careers, and this has been seen time and time again as political appointees to that particular board have used it as their own particular cash cow, and this is evident in its lack of internal financial and management controls. And we believe that a number of the youth priorities are baked into a number of other departments' mandates, and it's not necessary this money could be allocated elsewhere. I then would like to go to Honourable Lekhwase, who mentions a wealth tax. I think there are a number of publicly available studies that show that the introduction of a wealth tax would not necessarily be effective in generating the kind of revenue we are looking to sustain the fiscus. And the reason for this is that we already have one of the highest tax to GDP ratios in the world. If you look at the last study done by the World Bank in 2022, we have a 26% tax to GDP ratio, which is comparable with a number of advanced democracies, yet they have much bigger economies than what we do. And the fact is that high net wealth individuals are highly mobile, skilled, and can simply move to other countries and ply their trade there instead of being overstrained by tax. So we need to be very careful about the small amount of taxpayers we have in this country who fund through redistributive mechanisms, social welfare, and other important social imperatives within the budget. In terms of spending reviews on the advertising agency, I think that's evident in our submission, and I ask the honourable member to look at our submission itself. We also want comprehensive spending reviews to be undertaken by the National Treasury so we can delve into each and every line item and we are able to identify further savings and ultimately be able to reprioritise that to more pressing needs within the budget. Regarding the comment on tax boycotts, that is not a party position of the DA. And we believe that residents should, in fact, pay all their rates and taxes. But ultimately, there is a high level of frustration with the failure of service delivery, particularly in a number of ANC-governed municipalities. And we understand residents' frustration, but it's important that we comply with the laws and that the parties in charge of governing many of these local municipalities focus on service delivery, prioritise the needs of the people who they are elected to represent, and ultimately gear their policy programs and programs of action towards delivery and growth in those respective municipalities. To then touch on the question by Honourable Alexander, we remain opposed to a VAT increase, and I'm just going to highlight a couple of measures which we have outlined publicly, which we believe could increase revenue and which we believe will be able to firmly promote the job and growth agenda. And that is the horizontal unbundling of Eskom to create a competitive energy market, and including the private sector in energy generation as well as distribution, the concessioning of rail, and port within specified timeframes to make sure that we implement these structural reforms at greater depth and greater speed, removing all tariffs on goods that are not produced locally because it's uncompetitive and ultimately impacts on consumers and make things more expensive for consumers, whilst making our local firms far less competitive. We also look at the exemption for SMMEs from collective bargaining wage agreements. It makes it difficult for small businesses who are a rather labor-absorptive sector of the economy to hire people, and ultimately it contributes to the unemployment problem which we have, which is one of the highest in the world if you look at the expanded definition of north of 40%. And then lastly, also looking at containing debt and ultimately prioritizing expenditure towards infrastructure and growth-enhancing measures. Then I would like to touch on the question by Honourable Mawuto. It was more of a long and obtuse soliloquy than a question and a statement. And I'm glad that she can identify that the DA are a Liberal Party. We are, in fact. And we believe if you look at international evidence that the market-based reforms which we are promoting in our submission ultimately work, generate growth and create jobs. I think that if we were to go with the EFF's line of economic thinking, ultimately that would lead to our economic collapse and our financial ruin as a country. And I find it rather ironic that she says that we are an anti-poor party when it was members of her party who went and raided the VBS bank and stole granny's money in order to enrich themselves. Lastly, to Honourable Beasley and his question.
There's no leader of the EFF that was ever
point of order, Chair.
prosecuted.
Point of order, Honourable Tambo.
Yes, can the DA representative masquerading as an objective person withdraw allegations that the economic freedom fighters stole money from VBS? There's no court judgment and no investigative institution that has alluded to that, so that must be withdrawn immediately. It's not based on any factual or objective reality. Can it be withdrawn before it even proceeds?
Okay. Honourable Cuthbert, did you say the EFF has stolen money from VBS?
I said that it is public knowledge that there are allegations that the EFF have raided the VBS bank and stole granny's money. But if you'd like me to withdraw that comment, I'm glad to withdraw that comment, Honourable Chairperson.
Please withdraw, unless it is individual members of EFF or public. But I don't think the organization.
Sure. I will withdraw that. I will withdraw that comment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, and then just on to the
Withdraw.
last question, which Honourable.
He said he will withdraw. He must
Beasley.
withdraw. He mustn't give us an intention of withdrawing. He must say, I withdraw the allegation that the EFF stole money from VBS. That must be his statement. He must withdraw, not say, I will withdraw. Withdraw.
Honourable Cuthbert, have you withdrawn that the EFF has stolen money, or you are referring to individuals, but not the EFF as an organization?
Chair, may I continue with my response?
No, don't continue. There's a point of order which I have to address as a presiding officer, so that
Sure.
I allow you to proceed. The issue of EFF having stolen money. Have you said that? Have you said so, the members say, please withdraw because there's no evidence in that regard. If you want to bring a substantive question or statement, you are allowed to do so. But for now, we don't have it here under discussion.
I said I will withdraw the comment, Chair.
That's not a withdrawal, Chair. To say I will withdraw is not a withdrawal. He's stating his intention to withdraw. He must say I withdraw in the current tense, not say I will withdraw. What is that? He must withdraw, not I will withdraw.
Tambo, there is a chairperson here. You are also making the situation difficult. Can you speak through the chair? Don't do that.
Apologies, Chair. Apologies, Chair. But I just want us to make that distinction. To say I will withdraw is not a withdrawal.
The meeting is under control. Don't worry. Honourable Cuthbert, can you please withdraw and proceed with your responses?
Yes, Chairperson, withdrawn.
Okay.
Then if we move on to the last question, which was posed to us by Honourable Beasley, this is in reference to the bill that his party copy and pasted from the Minister of Home Affairs and our former Shadow Minister of Public Administration. And I think that there's been a public statement which indicates that we would support that particular piece of legislation were to become before Parliament. So I hope that that clarifies Honourable Beasley, and I thank the committee for the opportunity to present and to be able to engage with the members. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honourable Cuthbert. Dr. Muller, over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I believe I had questions from 3 members. I'll take them in order. For the second 2, I will put up a slide just so it's clear what I'm talking to with your permission. The first question was from Honourable Siwisa about unemployment and what would I advise the Minister in terms of which sector of the economy to revive, raising concerns about sustainable jobs, scarce skills, and so forth. My view on this is that, first of all, the National Treasury needs to stay within the parameters of its mandate. There's been a lot of controversy over the last 3 decades, really, about the National Treasury exceeding its mandate in terms of intervening in other policy areas. That's still going on, and it does raise a lot of problems. So the National Treasury fundamentally, and the Minister of Finance, of course, are responsible for the overall fiscal framework and allocating money to government expenditure that can then be used for industrial policy or job creation schemes or whatever. But those policy priorities shouldn't actually be driven by the Treasury and the Minister themselves. That should be driven by the broader cabinet and the relevant ministers involved. So my view is that Treasury and the Minister of Finance should not be as actively involved in particular policy areas as they are. To the extent, and then there's the broader question about government job creation. And again, my view there is that government should focus on using the money that it spends on salaries and job creation projects like public works programs in the most effective way possible. So, for example, thinking about, and I raised this about 10 years ago, but I'm glad to see it's happening. Rebalancing, in some sense, the public sector so that there are more frontline posts that are being filled, sometimes at lower rates. If you think about nurses, for example, you could maybe employ 2 or 3 nurses instead of a public sector manager who's not actually doing a lot of work in their Pretoria office, those kinds of things. So you can replace 1 job with 3 jobs, for instance. So that's on the sort of public sector wage bill side. On the other side, when it comes to public works programs, I'm not in favor of this view that sort of looks down on jobs that are temporary. There are lots of public works programs, a lot of public activities that need to be funded by the state, and it's quite acceptable for those to be temporary but repeated jobs. I think that's valuable. So I don't think we should disparage those just because they're not classified as sustainable in the sense that they're a private sector job that becomes funded from outside the state. In terms of the question about allocation of funds to SARS, the question about the Special Investigating Unit, I don't have anything in particular to say about the SIU other than the same principle should apply. So when these proposals are brought to Parliament, to this committee, and the Treasury or whoever says the rationale for this allocation to SARS or the rationale of this allocation to the SIU is partly that we expect them to actually collect more revenue or get more money back in corruption-related prosecutions than we're going to spend on them. And that's fine. As I say, if that's true, that's in some sense a no-brainer from a fiscal point of view, but there needs to be follow-up on that. So we shouldn't be giving SARS 5 billion on the basis they'll raise 60 billion, and then a few years down the line, nobody actually checks to see whether that did happen, and then a further 10 billion gets allocated to SARS. Same principle applies to the SIU. If I can then just move on to the other 2 questions. Okay, I'm not going to share a slide. The other 2 questions from Honourable Maotwe and Honourable Lekwase regarding the PBO. I've actually tried to be very diplomatic about the PBO over the last 8 years or so, because the PBO did have some initial challenges in terms of leadership and its positioning within Parliament, and some of those issues were addressed by the amendments to the 2018 Money Bills Act. And in some sense, I think it's admirable that the initial instinct of members is to defend the PBO. Having said that, I did say, one of the things I said in the slide is that I really do think that if you look at the public publications by the PBO as it stands, that output could probably be produced by 1 staff member paid at the level of a PBO staff member, an analyst or a deputy director. The PBO is not using the powers that are available to it in terms of getting information. An amendment was made to the Money Bills Act in 2018. I suggested that amendment so the PBO had more powers to request information from state entities, but also from the Treasury in terms of getting hold of the models of the Treasury so that members of Parliament have independent analysis of those models. As far as I know, the PBO is not exercising that power. And the PBO is now making statements about its own modeling. Those models have not been published. I'm very skeptical as to whether the PBO has its own models. But perhaps honourable members might disagree with me about this. I think you should be more open to external experts commenting on whether it's on the PBO or on the FFC, because honourable members are not expected to be experts on these issues. Quite rightly, you are the elected representatives of the people, but you should be open to criticism of external experts, of the institutions that are supposed to be supporting you, because otherwise you're not going to get that independent view from anywhere. But the key point that actually I wanted to make in my presentation was that if Parliament makes amendments, there are requirements to the Money Bills Act that you have to satisfy. The PBO is the institution that needs to provide you with a technically credible support for those amendments to show that you've satisfied all these different requirements. So whether or not you disagree with what I'm saying about the general outputs of the PBO, but if this gets to court, Parliament will be challenged on those requirements, and the PBO will be the institution that has to provide the technical backing to that. And if it's not doing its job as it should be doing, which is what I'm saying, then Parliament's position will essentially fall in the legal space, whether or not one wants to agree with the assessment of the PBO. So that's really what I wanted to draw attention to, is these requirements of the Money Bills Act. Parliament needs to back those up with technical advice and support. And if that's not credible, then Parliament's amendments may well fail if they're legally challenged. Finally, just on Honourable Lekwase's question about the fiscal cliff, I've actually been very critical of the use of that term in South Africa. It's very misleading. The way that the term fiscal cliff actually comes from the US, and it's referring to a different issue. But what I understand it to mean in this context is South Africa reaching a level of debt to GDP that is unsustainable? There's no, contrary to what some economists have suggested, there is no magical threshold to say what is sustainable and what is unsustainable. Prior to COVID-19, many economists viewed a debt to GDP ratio of above 60% as unsustainable. The IMF did some modeling around in that regard. But with COVID-19 and the incurring of additional debt by many countries, economists have had to change their view about what might be sustainable and what it's not. Ultimately, where there is broad agreement is that the sustainability of debt depends on GDP growth, because GDP growth determines the ability of the government to raise revenue and therefore to pay its debt servicing costs, but also determines future borrowing. So I don't want to express a particular opinion about that. And that'll bring me to my last point, which is also the criticism from Honourable Maotwe, which is to say, why are you not presenting alternatives? So my view is that the FSC is actually required to make recommendations by legislation. I think that's an unfortunate thing, but to be fair, that is part of their mandate. The PBO is not. And my view, and I think the director of the PBO has also tried to express this view and tried to hold to it to the extent that he can, is that the PBO is not supposed to express an opinion. The PBO is supposed to provide advice and analysis to the committees, outline potential scenarios, outline potential alternatives. But the PBO is not supposed to take a position. That is the role of Parliament. That is the role of the elected representatives. And similarly, and this links to also some of the concerns I've raised about the capacity in which external individuals are presenting in these hearings. I'm not here to put forward a particular point of view. I have my own individual opinions about what might be of the interest in the interest of poor people in the country. But what I'm trying to do is present analysis that helps members of Parliament make the decision based on your priorities for people in the country. And so that's often why I'm not putting forward a particular alternative. Those alternatives are there. And for example, what I'm saying is the National Treasury's arguments for why it cannot increase top marginal tax rates and it cannot increase the corporate tax rate are unsubstantiated. So in other words, one shouldn't just accept the National Treasury view, one should consider that those alternatives are feasible. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm done.
Okay, yeah, you were starting to address us. Thanks. ENS. ENS, are you there? Okay, let's proceed. SA Wines.
Chair, thank you. There's no questions to me specifically. I'm not going to respond, but thanks for the opportunity and listening to all the views. And as mentioned, we're open for any further engagement moving forward. And all the best to the committee members and the other stakeholders on the call. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see a hand. Who's Lisa?
Chairperson, that is from, sorry, the BJC.
It's from BJC. Hello.
Yes, Chair, they didn't get an opportunity to respond to questions posed to them.
Okay. BJC.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure why we were skipped in the line. I'm sure it was just an omission, but I wanted to respond briefly to the two questions from Honourable Van Rooyen and Honourable Motwe. They were both related to the alternatives that we proposed. We decided in our presentation to try and focus just on what we believe are alternatives that could be used in the short run and used to plug the gap as an alternative to VAT. And we've mentioned the GEPF freeze and the size increase, and because these are also reversible. Should the SARS allocation increase, the revenue and economic growth outlook improve, these changes can be reversed. That's not the same for VAT. We can't reimburse consumers for the additional price of goods. So I'm not going to go into detail. I know we're running out of time, but in terms of the details of the GEPF, as we understand it, it's about 59 billion, and that could be added, and it won't have any impact on pensions. But our members, the AIDC and IEJ, are on the platform. They'll be making their presentations now in the second slot, and I'm sure they'll go into detail. So I hope that those questions will be answered, but I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go into the second round of submissions. Let me activate my stopwatch. Where do we start? Yeah. SA Institute of Taxation, please time yourself 10 minutes.
Sure. Hello, this is Keith Thank from the South African Institute of Taxation. We'll begin. I think the main issue here is there's a lot of discussion around the VAT, but I really think it's well recognized now that it's not a tax problem that we have. We have an expenditure problem. Really what we're seeing is that government continues to want to grow past the state of the economy. If you take a look at our economic growth, it's below 1%. Yet we still want to increase the size of government beyond that. Two, we want to increase the size of government beyond inflation. So we're still increasing even though the rest of the economy is lagging behind. That's simply unsustainable. And it really doesn't matter what tax is there. To be fair to the Treasury, if you're going to have a tax, the VAT probably makes the most sense. But really, can we continue on this vein? Next slide. I think one of the things that's coming up also is, next slide, Kitu, is that when we look at things, that we have a problem here. We keep talking about the VAT and the poor. The VAT isn't just something that's aimed at the poor. The VAT also hits the middle and the lower middle. So what we're doing is we seem to be being able to hit the working class, the people who are carrying this country, with abandon. It keeps coming back and forth again and again. What we see is the people who are working, who are driving the economy, keep coming back over and over again. Now, I know we're struggling here with the slides. So problem one is the VAT does hit them, even though it may hit the disproportionately more. In absolute terms, you're hitting the middle and the lower middle in absolute terms more. Second thing is, we move on to the next slide. I know we're struggling here with the system. You have two other things that are going on. It's not just the VAT. It's also the income tax. We're not adjusting the personal income tax rates. We don't need to do that. I mean, we don't need an amendment, but what you're seeing is we're using inflation now as a tool of raising further taxes on the middle and the lower middle. So the no bracket adjustments means a hidden tax for the middle and the lower middle. Next one is the thresholds. If you look at the thresholds, we haven't adjusted many of these thresholds in years. And indeed, when these thresholds have been created, over and over again, the complaint is, are you going to adjust them? And we're promised they will be adjusted, and they never are. Another tax increase in the middle and the lower middle. Next one. Now, just trying to keep things moving here. Keaton? Let me just move it this way. So anyway, so that's the next thing. So then when we move past that into the next point, just a point on the VAT. We have been raising and adjusting rates as if we have a single party majority. We no longer have that. So the minister can raise the VAT as suggested one may, but what happens if it doesn't go through Parliament? At this point, there's no assurance that that will occur. If it doesn't, remember, the minister's adjustment is subject to parliamentary approval. So if the parliamentary approval does not come, the rate will go back down. And two, there might be a question whether it was legitimate at all. So I would suggest that if we're going to proceed with that rate, 0.5% increase in May, that we be very sure that the votes are there. Next one. A big issue that concerns me is how we continue to compare ourselves with the Europeans. The argument is with the VAT, oh, European countries have a rate of 20%. I don't think we can compare ourselves with Europe. Europe might have high taxes, but they also have high services and they're a wealthier economy. We don't have either. And what we're seeing is a government where it chooses to try to justify every form of tax increase. We're basically tapped out. Maybe you can try a little here and there. I would say the best thing is to turn to SARS, but at some point, it's really an expenditure problem, and government has got to reallocate resources rather than demanding more and more from a private sector that's not growing and will soon be shrinking. Next one. We do support the funding of SARS. I think that's quite universal. If you want to get more money, you should get money from the people who aren't paying. I think the main goal is to do that. One point, though, is the revenue service needs IT systems. That is the big drive. But if SARS can't be alone in this, the other parts of government must come along as well. If SARS increases its IT systems, the municipalities have to go along, other departments. Otherwise, it's one hand clapping. So you've got to get government to speak to each other. It isn't just SARS alone. So we would say it's got to be across the board. So SARS has departments and agencies and province and municipalities to engage with. Next one. US, while we support the additional amount of money for SARS, there is a concern that we're putting an undue pressure on SARS. And even though SARS does not approve of it, what you find is that many individual revenue service authorities, what you find is they're getting pressure for targets. It's a self-pressure, whatever it is. And what happens is a lot of times we're seeing allegations and assessments that can't be justified. And what we need to do is have a burden of allegation that if the SARS people they don't make a prima facie case in their assessment, it can't go forward. What's happening now is SARS accuses and the taxpayer has to defend at great cost, even if SARS hasn't proven. And so we're finding that with selective revenue officials, there's a bit of over-aggression, even though the head office doesn't support it. Another one, we move on to the next slide. One of our big issues is the tenderpreneurs and government corruption. And one of the things that we have to do is that if you are being paid by government, you need to be paying your fair share of taxes. There are too many independent contractors, too many entrepreneurs, too many companies and trusts being formed where they're getting money from government, they take the money, they liquidate and disappear. We need to make sure that when money goes out, that the revenue service is aware of that money as the money is flowing. And I would either suggest that it is a special reporting regime or some sort of withholding regime, even at a 1% rate, so therefore that SARS can keep track of the money as it flows from the beginning. I believe this was suggested a long time back in the corridors. This would help a lot going after some of that corruption. Next. Infrastructure investment. When we look at infrastructure, I support the proposals that Treasury is saying. If we're going to have public-private partnerships, something the Minister of Finance is supporting, we need to make sure that there's not overly burdensome taxes. We're not looking for incentives, but we don't want triple taxes. So in a lot of these infrastructure incentives, all we're really trying to do is have a smooth financing system that doesn't have unintended results. And I suggest we make that a priority if we're going to move along in this direction. And then lastly, on the issues on customs and excise, we are seeing a continued action. And I do believe that we're going to see a lot more action because of where we're headed internationally. It looks like tariffs are back on the table. So what you see here now is SARS strengthening its role on trade and preventing evasion. We support that, but we also support the notion of a non-disclosure voluntary relief program. And we think those are all encouraging, and I close it there. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks very much, Institute of Taxation, and saving almost 2 minutes of your time, allocated time. But let's move to the next stakeholder, Saika.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just sharing the screen has been disabled from my side. I don't know what's happening. Okay, it's now. All right, we will be looking at the 4 items noted below with an additional comment on the debt estimates. Those we will not be covering in this presentation, but we will include it. It has been included in our submission for you to look at. Our first point is on the budget process. We ask 2 questions. The first one is there sufficient consultation during these deliberations on the budget? The second one is concerning the minister's legislative powers, which especially came to the fore this year concerning the VAT rate increase. A few years ago, the Minister of Finance noted that he doesn't necessarily consult too much on increasing tax rates. To that, we say that there has been very little time spent on consulting and trying to reach consensus. Currently, the risks on a very few budget items outweigh due process. Organizations like NEDLAC, which have been created by an act of parliament, for instance, are not even part of the deliberations pre the budget being set. What we find in other countries is that business, civil society, and organizations like NEDLAC and parliament consult and deliberate before a budget is even being set. The VAT rate increase is an example that shows the powers that have been given to the ministers, which Dr. Muller mentioned before, and we are in full agreement with most of his points concerning that. The legislation that has been set by the budget announcement. So effectively, during a budget speech, the minister is able to set a tax rate without even an act of parliament. What we're seeing also with the VAT increase is that it's coming into effect on the 1st of May, but there is a mismatch between the rate increase and the 0 rating for the basic food items. That 0 rating is only going to come into effect towards the end of the year once the relevant tax act has been passed. So these are just some of the problems concerning the powers that have been granted to the minister to effect tax rate changes. This power should go to Parliament, Cabinet at large, and not to the minister. So what are we recommending? We are recommending broader consultation. The budget process needs to be relooked. We did look at some of the comments made in the budget document concerning this issue that Treasury are looking at the entire spectrum of the budget process. We are also asking for the committee to look at the legislative powers that have been given to the minister. Those should be holistically reconsidered to avoid some of the issues that can happen. For instance, right now the VAT increase has been set for 1st of May. What if Parliament decides not to effect it? Currently, businesses are gearing their systems to adjust the invoices for the 0.5% increase in the VAT rate. What happens if later on during the year, Parliament reverses that decision? What happens to all that VAT that has been collected in the meantime? These are just some of the questions that we are asking. When we look at economic growth, two questions we have: how realistic are the assumptions behind our economic growth? The second point we have to make is, should a more conservative estimate be made, considering our fiscal dilemma and the current global outlook? In the budget, we note that for 2025, 1.9% increase in GDP has been assumed, or rather set, by National Treasury. This is based on, for instance, additional consumption from the two-pot payouts, growing consumer confidence, and declining inflation, and a stable global outlook. We know that during the last 2 months, things have drastically changed, especially concerning number one. So those assumptions need to be revisited by National Treasury. The OECD, for instance, has revised global growth by 0.2%. That's concerning the number one. On the issue of number 2 and 3, there's a lot of research to suggest that the two-pot payout, for instance, were used primarily to pay debt. In December, where we usually see increased spending, that hasn't really happened that much this year. So consumers are not necessarily spending so much and are under pressure. Some numbers are showing that there has been increased debt, so consumers are more indebted. So the spending that is meant to drive this 1.9% economic growth into 2027, we question that. The PBO and the FFC have noted that expectations for global growth have soured. Real GDP, the PBO has mentioned that it has been reduced to 1.45%. So this is important, because when you overestimate growth, you overestimate tax revenue, then you set your expenditure priorities on the false tax revenue that you will earn, and then we just go downwards into this never-ending fiscal deficit. Concerning infrastructure, that's meant to be part of the things that is going to drive our economic growth. The PBO, we agree with the comments that the current increases in the spending is simply not adequate. There has been such a backlog in the past decade that to catch up with all the infrastructure that we should be building is going to require a lot more allocation to that purpose. When we look at the three areas, electricity, rail, and water and sanitation, there is simply not enough that we are spending that has been allocated to spend on these items. Furthermore, we know that this infrastructure is going to take longer than we anticipate, because usually there are delays, a lot of the deadlines are not met. So perhaps after only a number of years, will we see this infrastructure coming online. Specifically with regards to water and sanitation, we are in a crisis. We are in big trouble as a country. We've got all those municipalities that are in dire condition. We know that the city of Johannesburg itself is going to need to be spending a lot just to fix that water and sanitation. Thank you. When we look at those statistics on the right, we are seeing that, yes, load shedding has gone down, allegedly due to the improvement of Eskom. However, with regards to electricity and the load shedding that has reduced, we've been saved mainly by solar power, not from coal-powered stations. When you look at that table, you look at 2022 to 2024, there's actually been a decrease in the amount of power that Eskom has produced. At the bottom there, you'll see independent power producers have actually contributed more to the generation of electricity. At the bottom right there, that's just an example. That's an extract from the National Water Master Plan in 2019. It's just showing the funding gap concerning what should be allocated to water and electricity. So we are recommending a more realistic and a conservative growth estimate, and then further to that, more allocation on infrastructure. Revenue estimates, that's a continuation of the overly optimistic economic growth forecast by Treasury. So we're asking, are they credible and realistic, or are they hopeful beyond what they should be? We look at, usually estimates are set concerning the revenue that government is expected to earn. So for instance, revenue estimates would be set in 2025 for what they will be in 2028. However, as we get closer to 2028, for example, the estimated revenue forecasted keeps declining. That's what that graph on the left is showing. So on the right, we are seeing that there's typically a revenue shortfall. We see that in the last few years, that shortfall has continued to increase, thereby showing that our increased expenditure is based on revenue that will not be realized. So we recommend in this regard more conservative revenue estimates. And then the second thing is we agree with the FFC that a more cautious approach should be adopted concerning our estimates of revenue. There has been some talk about an 800 billion rand tax gap that SARS is able to collect all this money after the increased 3.5 billion rand that they've been allocated. Of course, we're happy about the allocation. However, a question for the committee, or rather a statement, is to what degree is that 800 billion rand correct? A lot of that debt is over 5 years old. And then if you're in business, you will know that once a debt is past 3 years, the chances of collecting it are very low. So we ask the committee to temper their expectations concerning that 800 billion rand. When it comes to expenditure, we have the questions there. The main one is concerning Section 216 of the Constitution, basically enabling National Treasury to withhold any allocations to, for instance, municipalities should they not be exercising adequate financial management.
Can you please? The allocated time is exhausted.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Thanks. SA Liquor Brand Owners Association.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to make sure that you can see my screen. Can you see my screen, Chair?
Yes, you can see the screen. Can you also activate the timer on your side? 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. I promise I'll be less than 10 minutes. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and to the members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity. We are going to focus our comments on excise and excise adjustment. And Chair, from our perspective, the excise policy that we have does not provide any certainty for investors, and that's what investors need to contribute to the economy. I'll take you back to 2014, where National Treasury concluded an excise policy. In that policy, they set targeted incidence rates for excise. Spirits were set at 36% of the average retail selling price. The targets for wine and beer were at 11 and 23% respectively. Over the years, we've actually reached these targets. In fact, we've exceeded these targets set by National Treasury, which they actually acknowledge. But in spite of that, Chair, we continue to see increases above inflation. The net result of that is that in respect of spirits, we estimate that the spirits incidence rate is now more than 40%. the latest adjustment of 6.75% is 2.45% above the CPI, which is anticipated for 2025. So even within that context, it might sound like a fraction of a percentage here or a fraction of a percentage there. But the budget review document claims that the 6.75% is a real increase of 2% when, if you look at the 4.3%, that is the projected CPI for that SARS or that National Treasury uses in the review document or their budget review, then it becomes difficult to understand, and perhaps that's an area for clarity. But we are now, Chair, going into a new public consultation on excise policy, and we're certainly hopeful that the outcome of those discussions will provide a greater level of certainty for industry. Just our concerns about this above inflation increase, Chair, we believe that it hands the initiative back to illicit traders. Illicit trade in alcohol accounts about 22% of the alcohol market. It also deprives the fiscus of about 11.3 billion rand, especially when the fiscus is trying to generate additional income. These illicit traders, because they evade taxes such as excise and VAT, the prices are on average about 43% lower than legal products. And they could potentially pose a serious health risk to consumers because they don't necessarily comply with the stringent requirements for the production of alcohol in South Africa. And we believe that this above inflation increase in excise tax will ultimately result in lower revenue from the legal alcohol sector. We saw that in 2023 when revenue generated from spirits excise declined by 13%. Chair, our recommendation is that the increase in excise on alcohol should be limited to a CPI adjustment. And with that, Chair, I thank you.
Thanks very much. You only used 4 minutes of your allocated time. Thanks very much. National Liquor Traders.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Standing Committee on Finance. We are privileged to submit our views regarding the 2025 budget proposals presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance. As a key stakeholder in the retail and distribution of liquor in South Africa, our organization serves as the voice for thousands of independent liquor traders across the country. It is imperative that the outcomes of this budget represents the views of our members. We want to highlight the 5 key challenges that underpin our submission to this August committee. Firstly is the economic challenges and the liquor industry. The retail liquor industry is an integral component of the South African economy. We employ a significant number of individuals across various sectors from retail to distribution and can contribute substantially to the national revenue, as it were. However, over the last several years, the sector has faced tremendous challenges exacerbated by economic downturns, inflationary pressures, and the global COVID-19 pandemic. Our businesses, which typically operate on tight margins, have been forced to navigate rising operational costs, decreased consumer purchasing power, and new regulations. The second point that we want to highlight is the taxation and the impact of these on the industry. So a key element of the Finance Minister's proposals concern the annual excise duties on alcohol in addition to a VAT increase of 1% over the 2 years. Whilst we understand the need for government to generate revenue for essential services, we urge caution in any tax increases that could place additional undue strain on our consumers. Also, these taxes always incentivize the growth of the illicit alcohol market, which then undermines the legitimate businesses that are fully compliant with tax and regulatory requirements. The third point that I want to highlight is the regulation of the illicit sector. A growing concern within the liquor industry is the prevalence of illegal and unregulated alcohol sales. The rising cost of legitimate alcohol combined with stringent regulatory frameworks have led to the rapid expansion of the illicit liquor sector. The illicit alcohol trade undermines the efforts of law-abiding businesses that adhere to the licensing requirements, tax obligations, and public health standards. It is therefore critical that the government prioritize efforts to curb the illegal alcohol sales, which pose risks to public safety and health. The fourth point is a support for small and medium enterprise. We represent largely small and medium enterprises who have been severely impacted by the economic downturn. We, however, welcome government's focus on SME growth as outlined in the budget and strongly encourage continued and expanded support for these enterprises. Specifically request the following: access to finance, training, and skills development. The last point that I want to highlight is social responsibility and community development. Whilst we operate in a regulated sector, we recognize the importance of social responsibility. We also advocate for responsible usage of alcohol and active support various community outreach programs that are designed to combat alcohol abuse. We welcome the Finance Minister's commitment to addressing social ills through fiscal policies that address poverty and inequality and did not make it worse. It is important that any tax increase or regulatory measures related to alcohol are applied in a way that does not disproportionately affect small businesses, but play a key role in the socio-economic development in our communities. In conclusion, Chair, the liquor traders remain committed to working collaboratively with government to ensure the continued growth and sustainability of the legal liquor industry. While we understand the financial challenges the country faces, we urge the Finance Minister and this committee to adopt a more inclusive approach to taxation and regulation that considers the realities on the ground for small liquor traders. By ensuring that any new proposal does not unduly burden businesses already grappling with inflation and economic volatility, we can protect jobs, foster economic growth, and contribute positively to the national revenue. We're looking forward to working on these matters and hope that government will consider the long-term implications of these budget proposals on the livelihoods of small business owners and their employees. We thank you, Akens.
Councillor Timani, you save the 2 minutes of your allocated time. You can see. SA Breweries, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to share my presentation. Okay. So firstly, Chair, before I start with my presentation, I just want to state that we welcome as SEB the acknowledgement of the administrative burden posed by having the excise taxes effective on the day that it is announced by the Minister of Finance in the budget review document. We would like to acknowledge that both the Standing Committee of Finance and yourself, Chair, as well as the tax consultative process for not only following up on this tax complexity raised by ourselves as a manufacturer, but also ensuring that forms part of the suggestions and changes that will take place in future fiscal cycles. So firstly, as a commentary to the 2025 adjustment of the excise by 2% above inflation, we firstly would like to note that there is an excise policy review process taking place. Be that as it may, we think that the continuation of the long-term volatility and uncertainty arising in the above inflation increase in the excise taxes does create for ourselves a very reactive business planning process. We have in the past, 10 years or so at least, tried to map out the future of the taxes that we must pay to the government, in particular to the revenue service, but this has been far from optimal. We therefore do look forward to a proposal or a consultative process that does allow us to have more than guidelines in place, but something more concrete, which we have seen precedent set by the carbon tax levy, which has a large amount of tax certainty built into it that allows manufacturers to comply with the tax quite effectively. We also, in this budget, note that there were some significant pressures on the fiscus. However, we disagree with the continued approach to overburdening the excise tax instrument with sustaining the health of the fiscus. By this, we note that only the excise tax was seen as a contributing indirect tax in particular that contributed to raising 28 billion rand in revenue to the government. We would like to note in particular that Oxford Economics Africa last year compiled a research report showing that above inflation excise adjustments, had led to diminishing revenue returns to the state. So while nominal receipts have increased on average by 9% between 2012 and 2023, the real excise revenues have only grown and actually slowed to 3.5% per annum. And this is due to the fact that excise has not been adjusted in line with inflation. So there's this concerted effort to increase excise taxes above inflation, but the returns and the gains in terms of revenue are not materializing over time. We would like to raise also a technical point around the inflation anchor, and hopefully on Friday, when the National Treasury does respond, they can respond to some of the technicalities related to the inflationary anchor guiding the excise adjustment. So what we have in the budget review document, Chair, is that in the macroeconomic section in Chapter 2, there is macroeconomic performance and projections. And then in Chapter 3 under fiscal policy, there are also macroeconomic performance and projections. The scenarios and assumptions in Chapter 2 have been clearly and outwardly stated. However, the macroeconomic performance and projections in the fiscal policy section are very high level, with no instances in which any of the anchors or the indicators are very clear as to how the points have been arrived to. We would like to state that the cohesiveness between Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, and in particular the inflationary anchor that guides the excise adjustment, receive more detail so that we do understand what type of indicators guide the excise adjustment and the projected inflation for 2025. So, Chair, what we have is in Chapter 2, the excise, the CPI is 4.3%. In Chapter 3, the inflationary projected for 2025 is 4.75%, with no explanation as to what the differential between the two CPIs is. We also, at a high level, would like to state that multilateral institutions have encouraged and have posed advice that the focus in our very muted economic environment to focus on broadening the tax base rather than increasing excise taxes or taxes in general, based on the nature of the fiscus and the situation that it is faced with currently. Secondly, Chair, I think it's important to note when the excise taxes are increased, at least on the National Treasury side, whether there is an increase in the regressivity of the excise tax. And that simply means whether the excise tax is being increased more than, because it is burdened more on the lower income consumers, whether there has been due consideration of this impact. We know that currently the hyperinflationary pressures that were experienced in 2022 are still being unwound, and we're seeing a very differential rate in which it's being unwound. And we're currently still experiencing a macroeconomic context where consumers are paying more expenditure on food, soft drinks, and other elements more than high income consumers. So what we are seeing in the analysis of the excise adjustment, at least over time, is that new increases on excise taxes, particularly above inflation increases, overburden low-income individuals, intuitively increasing their rate of substitution to the consumption of cheaper illicit alcohol. I think there needs to be a due conversation around whether the regressivity of the excise tax is not only skewing the impact on lower-income households and that not being a due consideration in the tabling of the budget. Lastly, Chair, we acknowledge that there has been a tabling again of an excise policy review, but I think it's important to note in this, conversation, or at least discussion around what had transpired on budget day, that there needs to be a long-term consideration in anchoring the excise tax in some form of principle of tax certainty. For the SAB, Chair, we would like to encourage that guardrails be set up in the form of legislation similar to what exists for the carbon tax levy. This, I think, and overall as the SAB, we would like to take the position that without any guardrails, we only perpetuate the cycle that illicit alcohol consumption and the growth thereof is allowed to grow without the tax space really showing some insistence on anchoring itself on tax certainty. addressing the issues around the excise volatility that currently exists in the outgoing excise policy, we think is crucial to protecting the legal market and allowing a greater compliance in the space. As we know currently, the illicit market is at 22%, and this increasing shift to illicit is part of the increase in tax evasion. And without a legislated enactment allowing for tax certainty, we think that this will increase into the future. Thank you, Chair. Lastly, our point around responsible consumption and responsible growth in our industry is a key point in what we have contributed in the last 5 fiscal cycles to the Standing Committee of Finance. We have shared with the committee secretaries to share with the MPs of both the Select and Standing Committee of Finance the impact assessment of the SAB Sharp Responsible Consumption Platform. SAB continues to anchor ourselves in these 4 pillars, and we will continue to share with the MPs the impact assessment to date of our responsibility platforms, which we will kindly share with the committee secretaries, which will eventually be passed on to the MPs in due time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Fatsane, and also for saving time. Let's move to Alternative Information and Development Center.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the Standing and Select Committees on Finance for the opportunity to make an oral submission on the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. My name is Ella Chikta, and I am from the Alternative Information and Development Center, which is an activist think tank based in Cape Town. Due to limited time, I will focus on key arguments and areas needing further elaboration. I urge members to read the full written submission for detailed rationale behind the different proposals. So for the first time, the Minister has acknowledged that austerity is self-defeating, echoing what AIDC and others have been saying for a while. Budget cuts and aggressive taxes weaken growth and can increase the debt to GDP ratio over time. Although there are real increases for key social sectors, the increase in regressive taxes and real decreases in post-school education and training, industrialization and exports, agriculture and rural development, and home affairs do not signify a departure from austerity altogether. The real increases are insufficient to compensate for years of underfunding. Importantly, it is not sufficient to celebrate real increases to the social wage if a constitutional deficit remains. Budgetary allocations need to reflect policy priorities such as addressing impoverishment, inequality, and mass unemployment, like a lot of other speakers have suggested. And it should also ensure that government is able to meet its constitutional obligations. More broadly, the growth strategy needs to enhance domestic demand for low-income earners, and there are concerns that the direction of government investment will undermine inclusive growth. The 2025 budget review outlines 2 scenarios for growth. In the optimistic growth scenario, growth reaches 2.6% by 2032. The World Bank has stated that 2% GDP growth will be unlikely to improve social indicators such as poverty and unemployment. And other economists have also said, that we need at least 3% in order to create meaningful employment. If the optimistic scenario falls short of this requirement, then we must question whether the fiscal policy trajectory outlined in this budget is truly supportive of growth. Government has been exploring the implementation of strong fiscal policy anchors, and a discussion document has been provided in this budget. It is important to remember that in the March 2024 report, the Standing Committee on Finance recommended that the binding fiscal anchor should not be the trajectory of fiscal policy in relation to public expenditure, as they limit fiscal policy parameters and narrow the National Treasury's fiscal policy orientation. This is an important recommendation by the Portfolio Committee to be reminded of. There is a lot to unpack around fiscal anchors, but there are 2 critiques I wish to highlight. The first is that it might restrict Parliament's legislative decision-making power over spending. And the second is that it undermines government's role in meeting its constitutional obligations. The discussion document on fiscal anchors attempts to address the concern around fiscal anchors limiting government's constitutional obligations, but it does not entirely do this accurately, and I will explain below. So it states that fiscal rules are compatible with rapid progress on socioeconomic outcomes, and shows that between 1997 and 2004, the debt ratio fell, and real per capita spending by government increased. It also shows that between the late 1990s and the 2000s, public spending doubled in real terms, and it states that the period was also associated with dramatic improvements in a range of socioeconomic indicators such as increased life expectancy, school enrollment, and access to basic services. However, this analysis provided in the discussion document blends the gear period with the commodity boom, masking the fact that non-interest spending declined under gear. Real per capita spending only surged in the early 2000s due to the commodity boom, not due to fiscal discipline. This period was also the transition years from apartheid, where the scope of service delivery was rapidly increasing relative to spending under apartheid. So it is naturally expected that certain socioeconomic conditions would have improved. But it should be stressed that during the period, that during the gear period, socioeconomic indicators such as unemployment and inequality increased. Given today's stagnating growth and rising population needs, along with the fact that the commodity boom is unlikely, there are serious concerns that fiscal anchors will be compatible with that they won't be compatible with improving socioeconomic outcomes. Despite claims to the contrary, the risk remains that they could hinder government's ability to fulfill its constitutional obligations. So improving gross fixed capital formation is important. However, the approach by government to attract private sector participation is concerning. This was raised in the discussion earlier by MPs. The increased rollout of public-private partnerships often results in higher costs while hiding debt. PPPs are not suitable, are not a substitute for state-led service delivery. A risk of PPPs is that rights-holding citizens often turn into clientele. There's risk that user pay fees for essential basic services such as water and electricity will result in more disconnections and diminish enabling access. There is a risk that the type of growth that will come from further privatization will not be inclusive, further undermining reductions in poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Importantly, the evidence, modeling, and assumptions which underpin Operation Vulindlela should be made publicly available to give a fair indication of how it relates to job creation and inclusive income growth before the rollout of phase 2. VAT increase under the context of increasing hunger and structural poverty is the wrong choice, given that there are a number of more palatable options available. Even an expansion of VAT zero-rated items and real increases to most social grants, 1 in 5 households will continue to be food insecure. There's no guarantee that the increase in VAT will bring in the projected revenue. In 2018, when VAT increased by 1 percentage point, projected revenue was supposed to go up by 22.9 billion, but due to increased VAT refunds, estimated revenue was revised downwards by 22.1 billion, representing a net gain of just 800 million rand. Expanding the list of zero-rated items is also not alone an effective way to address the cost of living crisis. Treasury has revealed the sentiment that PIT increases are no longer possible, as individuals will find ways to structure their income to avoid PIT. We find this excuse unacceptable. I think this was also raised in a previous presentation. Treasury must work to close all available loopholes, so that it's not possible for individuals to restructure their income in order to avoid paying taxes. Furthermore, comparisons to OECD countries are an inappropriate comparison, as the South African economy exhibits very different characteristics, importantly, significantly higher poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Given the undesirability and political contestation of the VAT Act, adequately investigating alternative options is necessary. And we are disappointed that the budget did not weigh up options beyond PIT and CIT. Pausing government contributions to the GPF offers a short-term fiscal solution without endangering pensions. Moreover, in the long term, the GPF can be utilized to support public sector growth, job creation, and sustainable development. The proposal is to pause contributions for 1 year. This could save the government an estimated 53 billion, similar to what the 2 percentage point VAT increase would have generated. However, this is not a permanent solution. What is really needed is a long-term job creating economic growth. And also, again, the GPF can play an important role in this by switching to a pay-as-you-go scheme and by transforming the GPF into a sovereign wealth fund. Currently, the GPF invests 57% of its assets in stocks, with almost R1 trillion in the JSE. The largest holdings are in Naspers, First Rand, Goldfields, Standard Bank, Anglo American, and British American Tobacco. Investing in these massive firms does little in terms of creating jobs and growth. Instead, it contributes to the problem of South Africa's over-financialization. And please, I really encourage you to read more about this in our submission.
We believe that switching the GPF's mandate to investing primarily in government bonds would provide safer, more reliable returns for the GPF. Another way workers and the state's money within the GPF could better serve South Africans is through prescribed assets. In the next slide, you can see that in 2024, even after paying out all pensions, the GPF had a surplus of 59.71 billion. This shows that the GPF's investments generate enough income to meet all of its obligations to pensioners and to keep going, even with a one-year holiday on government contributions. A healthy pension fund operating under a fully funded scheme needs to hold at least 60% of the money required to pay all its members if they retire immediately. And over here, on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the overfunding of the GPF. The GPF is currently 110% overfunded, and you can see that if it drops to 60%, the like massive billions of rands that can be utilized. So because it's over 110% overfunded, this means that it could pay every current working member and all retired beneficiaries their full pension today and still have money left over. So more details can be found in the submissions about this, but I'm going to move on to other alternatives. So even SARS has been a victim of austerity measures. The budget has shrunk by 12.5% in real terms over the last decade, and it has a funding shortfall between 17 and 22 billion rand. We welcome the additional 3.5 billion rand provided to SARS over the MTEF, but call for greater allocations as long as SARS is able to turn these allocations into additional revenue. In the budget speech, reference was made to an additional 4 billion allocation for SARS over the medium term. This is not reflected in budget review, and clarity is required on the nature of this allocation. AIDC, along with other organizations, have repeatedly been calling for the implementation of wealth tax as both a fiscal and moral imperative. There are concerns by government that the wealth tax is too difficult to define and implement, but there are several ways to address administrative and implementation concerns. For example, a tax on land or property could be a more favorable form of a wealth tax, as stated in the Davis Tax Committee. Stronger measures should be put in place to combat illicit financial flows. South Africa loses anywhere between 28 to 100 billion rand in tax revenue each year because of tax charging. Government must intensify efforts to measure and report on the level of illicit financial flows in alignment with the UN Sustainable Development Goal 16.4.1. This should include the adoption of a unitary formulary appointment approach to taxing cross-border services within the first protocol of the UN Tax Convention. Over time, yes, I'm on the last slide.
We will have your document. We will go through it, please.
Okay, thanks. So I'm just saying that effective tax rates have been decreasing since 1994, and we recommend that tax practice for low earners do not fall victim to bracket creep, but they continue that the adjustments to higher tax brackets are move in line with what has been proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alia. WHO.
Honorable Chair, I'm trying to share my screen. I'm not able to. It says post disabled participant screen sharing. But I can proceed without the presentation if it is okay.
Yeah, please proceed. Alan Mangwen and Bushe will assist you in the meantime. Please speak to the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the honorable members in this session. WHO appreciate the opportunity that is provided to present the comments that are as follows. Firstly, we do note that the government is proposing to increase VAT both in 2025 and 2026 and in 2026-27, acknowledging that this is a challenging decision likely made due to pressing needs for additional revenues. However, Chair, it is worth remembering in the context that more significant increases in targeted non-essential and unhealthy products such as tobacco, alcohol, sugary drinks can be easier way to boost revenues. On the tobacco products, the proposed rates for 2025-2026 are increased by about 4.7%, 4.75% in cigarettes, and 6.75% for cigars and pipe tobacco, compared with current rates. Tax increases proposed for cigarettes are just at the level of or slightly below current inflation rates, since cigarettes are the most commonly used product, and in order to effectively reduce its affordability, while at the same time increasing revenues, a tax increase similar to or exceeding the proposed for other tobacco products will yield a greater health benefits and revenue gains. Therefore, WHO recommends a tax increase of 10 to 12% for cigarettes. On the heated tobacco products, the current structure of excise applied on heated tobacco products is in line with WHO's recommendation to tax HTPs, that is the heated tobacco products, to apply a specific excise on the basis of sticks, similar to cigarettes. However, the rate applied on HTP is 75% of the cigarette excise tax. HTPs contain tobacco and should be treated as tobacco products. Decision 2 of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control of COP8, held in 2018, recognizes that heated tobacco products are tobacco products and are therefore subjected to provisions of the WHO FCTC. In light of this decision, WHO recommends that the excise tax rate applied on HTPs should be increased by at least 40%. On the electronic nicotine and non-nicotine delivery systems, with regards to these products, the proposed rates for 2025-2026 indicates that an increase of about 4.75% in the upcoming budget compared to the current rate. Given the affordability of those products and in view of the alarming rates of the consumption of electronic nicotine and non-nicotine delivery systems among the youth and the increasing evidence that the use of those products is becoming a gateway to cigarette smoking, current excise tax rates on the products needs to be substantially increased. The tax on ENDS, that is the electronic delivery systems, appears to be 7 times lower than the tax on cigarettes. To address this significant gap, a phased increase could be considered by doubling the tax on ENDS, e-liquids, over a period of 2 to 3 years. In parallel, enforcement needs to be strengthened in order to guarantee excise taxes are paid and reflected in the market retail price. On sugary beverages, while no change in the rate of the health promotion levy on sugary drinks seems to be proposed, WHO recommends that the levy be increased by at least 39% to keep pace with the changes in affordability over the last few years. And as initially considered by the government, WHO recommends that this levy extend to all beverages that are containing free sugars, including 100% fruit juices. On alcoholic beverages, the proposed rates for 2025-2026 entail a 6.75% increase in all alcoholic beverages compared to the current rates except for traditional African beer and traditional African beer powder. The unchanged alcohol tax rates on traditional African beer and traditional African beer powder would incentivize the substitution towards them, which will undermine the effectiveness of the alcohol tax policy. To effectively curb the affordability and consumption of these alcohol products, while simultaneously increasing revenues, it is recommended that the rates for all alcoholic beverages, regardless of their beverage type or alcohol concentration, be substantially raised above inflation and income growth. The proposed modest increase is unlikely to reverse the concerning trend of increasing alcohol consumption in South Africa. More significant tax increases would yield health and revenue benefits. WHO therefore recommends a tax increase of more than 10% for all alcoholic beverages. On drivers of illicit trade, evidence has shown that weakened tax administration has a significant role in driving illicit trade in tobacco and alcohol products. Experience from many countries demonstrates that illicit trade can be successfully addressed even when taxes and prices on these products are raised. The protocol to eliminate illicit trade in tobacco products is an international treaty that aims to combat the illicit tobacco trade through various measures, including supply chain control, e.g. tracking and tracing, offense prosecution, and international cooperation. South Africa should become a party to the protocol and partner with the international community of countries committed to address illicit trade in tobacco products. At the same time, it should work on implementing the protocol provisions to improve tobacco excise tax enforcement and administration. Tax evasion in all tobacco products, including electronic cigarettes, should be addressed. Similarly, strengthening tax administration along the supply chain of alcoholic beverages can reduce unrecorded alcohol consumption independently of the increases in excise taxes and prices. Honorable Chair, thank you. This is a presentation from WHO. It is concluded.
Thanks, WHO. 2 minutes and of your allocated time. Thank you. PWC.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just waiting for a colleague to put the slides up.
Alan, can you please assist? It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Adelheid Reineke. I think it's A Reineke on the screen.
Budget. Good. Chair, in the interest of time, let me start while we're getting those slides up. There are just a few issues that I want to focus on. Hopefully, we'll not take up all the 10 minutes allocated to us. But if we can just go, Adelaide, to the slide dealing with the fiscal framework. Next one, please. As a starting point, I just want to reiterate our position as a firm that we are fully supportive of the approach of Treasury to ensure fiscal sustainability through fiscal consolidation. And I think most of us are on the same page insofar as that's concerned. What most of the debate about is how we do that. Do we do that through raising taxes, or do we do that through cutting expenditure, if you like, and prioritizing certain areas of expenditure? To that end, our view has been that it's more appropriate and preferable to be looking to cut expenditure, albeit on a targeted basis. We have never been in favor of the broad-based approach that Treasury has taken to cutting in recent years across the board. We would much rather see targeted expenditure cuts directed at wasteful expenditure and inefficient programs. And to that end, it's somewhat disappointing when it was revealed in the budget that there have been some 240 spending reviews that have been conducted since 2013, but unfortunately, those have largely not been acted upon or implemented. And we would be having a very different conversation today, I think, if that actually had taken place. We would strongly recommend that as a matter of urgency, those spending reviews are considered, additional spending reviews as appropriate are undertaken, and that those are actually acted upon and implemented. Next slide, please. Insofar as growth is concerned, I think it's been clear that growth is the solution, if you like, to all of our problems, and we need to get growth at all costs. That said, we as a firm are concerned that the growth forecasts that Treasury has included in its budget over the medium term are optimistic. Our own forecasts are significantly below Treasury's forecasts, and particularly insofar as 2025 is concerned. And the result of all of that is if those growth forecasts the Treasury has penciled in are not achieved, that will translate into lower than projected revenues. And to that end, we are of the view that given those optimistic growth forecasts, that on a more realistic nominal growth forecast of 6% rather than the 7% that Treasury has penciled into the budget, we are looking at revenue shortfalls for the next fiscal year of around about 18 billion rand. So I think this is something that that the committee needs to apply its mind to, because that is significant. And bearing in mind that in the last year we're looking at 17 billion rands worth of shortfalls in the current fiscal year that we're in. Next slide, please. Okay, so while we move to the tax proposals themselves and get into all that, I just want to reiterate that whatever we say here is on the assumption that tax increases are actually necessary and appropriate. As I reiterated up front, our view is that focus should be on targeted expenditure reductions, but we proceed on the assumption that tax increases are actually necessary. Next slide, please. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about PRT and where we stand. A lot has been said around VAT, and in many respects, rightly so. But there hasn't been, in our minds, enough focus on PRT and the proposals that are included in that regard. And I want to say up front that all tax increases are harmful for economic growth. And in an ideal situation, there wouldn't be tax increases at all. That said, there are trade-offs that need to be taken into account between economic efficiency on the one hand and equity or progressivity in our tax system on the other hand. The fact of the matter is that our the income tax burden is relatively high and the VAT burden is relatively low when compared to other countries, particularly OECD countries. And while there might be criticisms around those comparisons, that is the reality, is that if you look at the graphs on the right, you'll see that our PRT tax burden has increased substantially over the last 15 years or so, from around 6.5% of GDP and now forecast to go to north of 10% of GDP. That is a substantial increase. And that is the reality of what we've been facing over the number of years. On the other hand, the VAT burden has been relatively stable at just over 6% of GDP for many, many years. And that's notwithstanding the increase in the VAT rate that we saw a few years back as well. The reality is that what has been proposed by Treasury in the form of fiscal drag is a tax increase in the form of that 19.5 billion rand of additional revenues that Treasury has penciled in. It is a fallacy that fiscal drag and all the non-adjustment to tax brackets is not a tax increase. Treasury could have achieved exactly the same outcome by adjusting the brackets for inflation and increasing tax rates, but they've chosen to do so through fiscal drag, i.e. not adjusting the brackets for inflation, which leads to an increase in the effective tax rates when you consider that individuals might get inflationary increases in their incomes. And to illustrate that, it's included in our written submission. I haven't got the graphs out to show that on this presentation. But for someone who earns 340,000 Rand a year currently, gets an inflationary increase come 1 March, what you will see is that their effective tax rate has gone from 7% 2 years ago, and that will go to 9% next year after that increase. So very significant increases in effective tax rates of individual and personal income taxes. And I purposely use someone who's clearly in the middle income bracket, just to illustrate the impact of the personal income or fiscal drag, if you like, over the last few years. So many studies have shown that income taxes, and that includes personal income taxes, are more damaging to economic growth than consumption taxes such as VAT. And this is where the trade-offs come in. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we are sitting at a personal income tax burden, or will be sitting at a personal income tax burden of over 10% of GDP. That income tax burden, as Treasury has rightfully and very well indicated in the budget documentation, is much higher than the tax than that burden that it's enjoyed or that is borne by other developing countries. And in fact, it's right up there with many developed countries. So the point is that we've really maxed out what we can do on the personal income tax side of things. Okay. Just to illustrate again what the impact is of that 19.5 billion rands worth of increases in personal income tax. What that equates to, and we've done the calculations and it's included in our written submission, it equates to an increase in interest rates of equivalent to 75 basis points on households. What is that? That is simply taking the 19.5 billion rand and comparing that to the household tax burden. That is just to illustrate what the impact of this tax increase is, and what impact it's likely to have from an economic growth perspective. Okay, that is equivalent to the full interest rate relief that has been provided by the SARB in the current interest rate. Okay, so just understand what it is that we're looking at in terms of that additional burden that's now going to be placed on households, and again, what impact that might have from an economic growth perspective. Okay, it's a fallacy then that taxes need to be maximally progressive. The reality is that obviously it goes without saying that income taxes are far more progressive than VAT. It's also a fallacy that VAT in South Africa is not progressive. It is mildly progressive. That has been shown by a World Bank study that was undertaken a few years ago, and it is mildly progressive because of these error ratings that we enjoy in our VAT system. Okay, I will repeat though. Okay, we are not saying that VAT is as progressive as personal income taxes. It is clearly not. Okay, but those are the trade-offs that need to be considered. It is also best practice that taxes should be ideally collected in the most efficient manner, i.e. economically efficient manner, and that issues of equity and progressivity should preferably be dealt with through the expenditure side of our budget. Okay, and again, others have said it and I'll say it again, spending on our budget is highly progressive, and that is the bulk of where redistribution takes place is actually through the spending side of the budget, not through the tax side of the budget. Okay. If we can move on, please, in the interest of time. Next slide, please. Okay. I'm going to go through this very quickly. SATA raised the same point that we're going to make. Sorry, if you can go back, please.
Hello, PWC. You have run out of time. Please conclude.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So if we can just go to the next slide quickly, I'm going to leave this point. Okay, I'm going to ask, no one else has raised this, Chair, so I'm just going to ask you to give me 30 seconds on this slide. Okay, no one else has raised this point and so on. I've raised it over a number of years. Okay, but it's important that the committee familiarizes itself with the expenditure that comes in the form of SACU. That costs South Africa in terms of 90 billion rand in the current year that's going to be paid across to the BLNE countries. Okay. it is important that the committee familiarizes itself as we've got to ask the question, can South Africa afford this? Okay, in our view, we cannot afford it. Chair, I'm going to stop there, but I'm going to reiterate, please, committee, I'm going to ask you again, consider this point around SACU as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Russell Rensburg. Today I am representing the Health Taxes Alliance. And I suppose I just want to start my presentation by first thanking the chair and the committee for the opportunity for us to present.
Hello.
Yes.
Are you from Rural Health Advocacy Project?
Yes. And our project, the Health Tax Alliance. Yes.
Why do you speak? Oh, you are invited by the chairperson.
Oh, I am from the Rural Health Advocacy Project. Dr. Joe.
Procedure, yeah. The chairperson must invite you to take the
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Continue.
Sorry.
Time yourself is 10 minutes presentation.
Thank you. Look, I think in a perfect world, we'll have no taxes, right? And I think we spend most of the morning listening to how the taxes would impact certain groups. And just more recently, we heard about the important contribution that the alcohol industry makes to the country. But what we don't know about is why do we tax things? You know, and excise taxes are direct taxes on consumption of what we would call harmful products. Now, the Health Taxes Alliance is an alliance of researchers and social justice organizations that look at excise taxes as public health tools. You know, they direct taxes on alcohol, tobacco, and sugar, which, if correctly deployed, can reduce consumption of these harmful products and save lives. You know, we will focus today particularly on tobacco, and we welcome the above inflation increase on tobacco. Tobacco is a harmful substance that kills people. It is the leading preventable cause of mortality worldwide, resulting in millions of premature deaths each year. It is the biggest external driver of non-communicable diseases globally. These include hypertension, all kinds of cancers, contributes to poor treatment outcomes for TB, HIV. The costs are significant. Over and above that, tobacco use has far-reaching consequences, particularly with regards to cancer, which in the 80% of our population goes mostly undetected. The World Health Organization estimates that smoking accounts for around 6 million deaths every year. This is a legal product. We tax it to reduce consumption and causes approximately $500 billion in economic damage each year. If the current trends continue unchecked, smoking attributable death toll is projected to exceed 8 million by 2030. In South Africa, tobacco poses a severe public health crisis, with over 32,000 lives claimed annually. That's more than a plane going down every day of people dying from tobacco-related disease. Our smoking prevalence went down to 18% and has recently risen to 21% among adults. And it's particularly concerning that young people are increasingly smoking. And I think the goal of excise taxes is to make cigarettes unaffordable, reduce consumption, and to stop people from starting. Because stopping smoking is probably as harder than quitting heroin, the science tells us. So we shouldn't be encouraging children to smoke. And this is unfortunately what's happening with our current crisis. How do we combat this? You know, the devastating public impact that tobacco has. You know, it costs us over 40 billion rand annually by Parliament's own estimations in its assessment of the Tobacco Amendment Bill. The smoking and smoking-related diseases cost the fiscus over 40 billion rand a year in health costs, which our country can surely not afford given the large deficit we have in district health services where the bulk of the population accesses healthcare. But we have led the way in tobacco policy. After the country's 1994 economic transition, the government enacted comprehensive tobacco control legislation, including substantial hikes in excise taxes. The strategic use of these taxes have helped drive down tobacco consumption and its associated health and economic burdens. Complementing higher taxes with awareness campaigns and advertising bans plays a crucial role in reducing smoking. Treasury calculates annual increases to maintain targeted total tax burden of 50% total tax on excises achieved by 1997, increased to 52% in 2004. And between 1994 and 2010, excise tax increased well above inflation as the tobacco industry passed on the burden to consumers. This made cigarettes less affordable, which drove down smoking rates from 32% in 1993 to 23.4% in 2008. That's an impressive 28% drop. This is the power of targeted taxes. From 2000 to 2010, real excise duty increased by 84%, resulting in a 6.4% decline in tobacco prevalence. So the evidence is clear. Increase the tax, reduce consumption, save lives. And I think here it just graphically demonstrates that for you in the interest of time. You know, so the real increases in excise taxes graph, we have a detailed presentation to accompany, detailed submission to accompany this. But I think the main message we're saying here is that these are tools that not only just raise revenue, but really have an impact on the quality of life of South Africans by reducing the prevalence of smoking. We did have a change though, you know, from 2020, the SA cigarette market became more competitive as low-cost operators entered, moderating prices and making it difficult for the industry to pass on excise taxes. To prevent decreasing excise revenue, the Treasury in their wisdom introduced the inflation rule, requiring excise tax to increase at least at the inflation rate. However, this resulted in only a modest 20% real increase in excise duties on cigarettes between 2010 and 2020, stagnating tobacco prevalence and reducing the amount of the incidence of new tobacco, or increasing the incidence of new tobacco smoking. Substantial real increases in tobacco taxes are urgently needed to reinvigorate South Africa's early successes in its tobacco control efforts, and in a short time, raise additional revenue to start strengthening our publicly funded health response, which services 80% of the population. The outlook for South Africa's tobacco prevalence, again, with it rising and the introduction of new products which contain tobacco and nicotine, despite being marketed as risk mitigation measures, are concerning. The WHO, who presented earlier, monitors countries' progress in reducing tobacco use prevalence by 30% by 2025, based on 2010 level. South Africa is not on track to achieve this target. We've only achieved a 0.5% reduction between 2010 and 2020, compared to the global 7.8 decline. So almost a 17% differential between our reduction and global. Projections show South Africa will only see a modest 3.4% reduction by 2030, again lagging the global average by more than 13%. Compared to countries with similar 2010 rates, South Africa is also expected to miss the 30% reduction target by 2020. This underscores the need for urgent, strong measures to curb tobacco use to meet public health goals, as outlined in the National Development Plan, where we want a healthy and productive society. And the graphs are self-explanatory. So while we do welcome the increase, it does fall short. But it does lay the foundation for us to conduct a more detailed analysis of the tobacco control market, look at the effective measures that we have in place. And I think we must really disabuse ourselves of the notion that tobacco tax increases illicit trade. Those are two separate things and need to be managed differently. These taxes are intended to reduce tobacco consumption, not to just raise revenue, even though that's an indirect result of it. Whereas the compliance and policing of excise of illicit sales requires a different response. Lower or higher taxes does not impact that. That trade goes on regardless. So we need no more half measures. We need to really take this opportunity to use these directed taxes to reduce smoking consumption and contribute to a healthier society. and we should follow the WHO guideline and raise our prices in line with those targets, where up to 75% of the value of a pack of cigarettes is on duties. Thank you very much for your consideration. Over.
Thanks, and also serving a minute and a half. Let's move to the next stakeholder, Benjamin Cronin.
Thank you, Chair, and honourable members of both committees. My name is Ben Cronin. I'm an advocate, previously a state law advisor, and in my current occupation, I'm an academic at the Commercial Law Department at UCT. I'd like to make 3 very brief submissions, and I promise I will claw back some time for both committees. The first relates to the status of the fiscal framework, which is the subject of today's discussion. I think Dr. Muller importantly raised the point that it's not lawmaking, but I think it's also important to frame not just what it's not, but what it actually is. It's a set of estimates and assumptions, which absolutely can change over time. No one can predict the future, but also importantly, they arise from an act, the Money Bill and Related Matters Act, which it was envisaged in the Constitution to facilitate amendments to money bills. And so that is why it's problematic that there's a provision in the Act which implies that, on one interpretation of it, implies that it constrains, the fiscal framework constrains honourable members of Parliament's ability to amend money bills, because actually that's contrary its underlying purpose. It should facilitate and inform that amendment process. And I think one needs to consider whether amendments to the Money Bills and Related Matters Act are necessary, in particular this specific provision. The second submission I'd like to make is in relation to a number of speakers have raised this point, and I must confess and disclose that I wrote my thesis on this prospective power that the Minister was vested with in various tax statutes to amend the tax rates by mere announcement. My submissions would be the following. One, I think regardless of whether one thinks there should be, take the VAT rate increase as an example, whether it should be increased or not, I hope that we would all agree that the process by which that decision is made and implemented by 1 May, frustrating Parliament's ability to actually decide, because unfortunately members of Parliament are put now in the position where even if you don't agree with it, it will come online in 1 May, is very problematic and undermines the separation of powers and violates key principles in the Constitution. Hence, if it is not challenged, this power, again, I would submit that it would be prudent for Parliament to consider amendments in the future to those relevant tax acts. Now, the final submission, and I'll be very, very brief, is I am of the view as a lawyer that Parliament has a free hand to amend appropriations, Division of Revenue Bill. It's not constrained. In fact, in truth, it shouldn't be constrained by the fiscal framework in its upper bound. So it can increase the total envelope. Where there is a more complicated question to ask, honourable members, is are there minimum legal obligations in spending? Because in the context in which you find many government departments, both in terms of their actual mandate, take Home Affairs, as I understand it, in their annual report, they reflect they have less than 50% capacity, or indeed in relation to hard constitutional obligations like the right to basic education, which has actually been expanded. So grade R is now a compulsory component of one's schooling, primary education, in terms of Bella. Have resources been allocated that are sufficient to meet that new constitutional obligation? I would submit possibly not. And I think as honourable members now embark on considering amendments to these money bills, and particularly the spending bills, I think this is a hard question that honourable members need to ask themselves. Are we meeting those minimum obligations? Again, I thank you for this wonderful opportunity, and I will generously give the rest of my time. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Benjamin, for your presentation and saving 5 minutes of your allocated time. Mr. Kenneth Musha, over to you.
I don't see Mr. Moshe in the platform.
Okay, let's proceed. Winsome Africa.
Thank you so much, Chair. Lutik Molomosani here from Winsome Africa. Are you able to hear me, Chair?
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see your presentation on the screen.
All right. It is a great privilege to be here and to present to the members of the Portfolio Committee. I stand before you today not just as an entrepreneur, but someone who's deeply involved in transformation through business and community development. And I represent Winsome Africa, which is a consultancy that primarily helps entrepreneurs. Now, let me start by saying that, I cannot help but constantly reflect on this question, that one day my children will ask me and say, Dad, when 1,500 entrepreneurs were forced to shut down their businesses in 2024, where were you? I hope with all my heart that I'll be able to answer and say, we showed up and we showed up on time. But the reality is that we did not show up on time because we should have been able to save those 1,500 entrepreneurs, as they are very instrumental in creating jobs and opportunities for young people. Now, we are here at Winsome Africa to speak on behalf of those entrepreneurs, especially youth entrepreneurs who are struggling to survive in this difficult economic climate. Now, the 2025 State of Nation Address and the subsequent budget show a commitment to support entrepreneurs and create jobs. But unfortunately, there is a glaring gap between the promises made and the resources provided. So this gap threatens the future of South Africa's economy, particularly for youth and small businesses. So we want to look at that missing link between what SONA presented and what the budget says. And we realize that there is a huge gap. Now, we look at what the SONA has promised and what the budget presented. And particularly, the budget made this bold promise about a 20 billion rand annual fund to support businesses, particularly Black-owned businesses, women-led businesses, and disability-owned businesses. The fund was supposed to address the historical exclusion of these entrepreneurs, providing them with the resources they need to grow and scale and create jobs. However, when you look at the 2025 budget, there is no mention of that 20 billion transformation fund. Instead, the budget allocates money for infrastructure projects and broad support for small businesses, but it fails to dedicate specific resources to the entrepreneurs who needs it the most. And this omission raises an important question. How can we claim to be serious about empowering marginalized communities if the funds promised are not materializing? And so these are some of our proposals. So we propose that that fund that the president spoke about, that 20 billion rand transformation fund, immediately be established and included in the budget. And this fund must be targeted and transparent, focusing on Black-owned, women-led, and disability-owned businesses in undeserved communities. We proposed, Chair, that 20 billion rand annually ensuring that the fund is directed towards businesses that create jobs and contribute to economic transformation. We propose that we introduce capacity building programs alongside financial support to ensure businesses not only receive money, but also the tools and the knowledge they need to succeed. We propose that we ensure that community-based monitoring and evaluations mechanisms are established to track the impact of these funds that are allocated to entrepreneurs. Now, this fund, what we'll do, it will serve as a catalyst for inclusive economic growth, empowering those most excluded from economic opportunities. And we secondly propose that there needs to be a scale up of youth employment initiatives. Now, the president made a compelling call to action to support the youth employment through initiatives like YES and South African Mobi. Now, these platforms are vital and important to creating job opportunities for young people. But yet the budget fails to address these initiatives directly. So we recommend that these youth employment initiatives needs to be directly linked to what the budget says. They need to introduce tax incentives for businesses hiring youth through these initiatives. They need to be a fund that is allocated to expand on the South African Youth Mobi platform so that it can even reach more young people. And we propose that there needs to be a partnership with youth-funded incubators and training programs to equip young people with skills for the workforce. Now, I want you to take a look at this picture. This picture was just taken last week in a rural place called Ramasemola in Sekhukhune in Limpopo. And here we find young people queuing up. There were over 500 young people queuing up for just 2 vacancies. And those 2 individuals that were hired, they were selected through a draw. So they'll put their names in a basket, over 500 people queuing up like this. So this is the reality and the context that these budget discussions are taking place in. And I think it's important that sometimes we take note of what's happening on the ground. And this is the third proposal we want to make, the overhauling support for SMEs. Now, in 2023, in the State of Nation address, the president spoke about removing red tapes and barriers for SMEs, making it easier to access finance and be able to move their businesses forward. Now, in 2025, in the SONA, the president repeated the same thing. In 2023, he had alluded to establishing a committee. But however, when you look at the 2025 budget, it lacks specific interventions to address these issues. So we must overhaul the current SME support system by reducing the red tapes and providing direct access to capital. And we need to do this by creating a centralized platform that consolidates access to loans, grants, mentorship, and regulatory support, and simplify some of these regulations for small businesses to help them scale up quickly and avoid obstacles. We need to allocate funds that can provide financial support, especially for cooperatives, which sometimes are overlooked in the broader scheme of the SME programs. Now, as small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and if we do not empower them with the resources they need, we will continue to see entrepreneurs struggle to survive rather than thrive. And so we want to urge this committee that they be a specific allocated funds to drive SMEs and avoid the issue we had last year of 1,500 SMEs closing shop. And for the sake of time, we're going to leave it here. And we just want to end with this call to action to the committee. We're at the crossroads, and the actions we take today will shape the future of our economy and the lives of our youth. I urge this committee to act decisively to fulfill the promises made for job creation, youth employment, and entrepreneurship. I urge this committee to act now to close the gap between the promises made in the SONA and the reality reflected in the 2025 budget. By acting decisively, we will empower entrepreneurs, create sustainable jobs, and build an inclusive economy that benefits all South Africans. We will leave it there for the sake of time, and the rest of our submissions are included in the comprehensive document we have submitted. Let's ensure that when our children one day ask us, where were you? We can proudly say we showed up, and we showed up on time. Ke a leboga, Chairperson.
Ra leboha, Winsome Africa, Consortium of organizations.
Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Standing Committee on Finance and Select Committee on Finance. I am representing a number of organizations, the first one being Families for Children Consortium, which is a consortium of organizations based in KZN, the South African Parenting Program Implementers Network, SAPN, and that's 21 organizations nationally serving caregivers, parents, and children. I'm also representing the South African National Child Rights Coalition, SANCRC, representing more than 100 civil society organizations united in commitment to strengthen national child rights governance systems to ensure that all children not only survive, but develop to their full potential. We are united in our shared vision and goals that all parents and caregivers receive the service and support they need to provide their children with the nurturing care required and protection across their lives that will allow them not just to survive, but develop and exercise their full potential. We also want to see parenting support to enable nurturing care in the earliest years of development with a particular focus on the first 1,000 days. And we would like this recognized and actioned as a national development priority. We would also like to see parents of marginalized children being prioritized and receiving specialized combinations of services and support to overcome the multiple intersecting risks that reduce their capacity to provide nurturing care and ensure equitable and inclusive child and national development. What does the evidence tell us, not elephants? What does the evidence tell us? Early childhood interventions yield high returns, and this is based on research from countries like Chile, Cuba, Rwanda, Brazil, and India. Consistently shows investments in the early years provide long-term benefits for health, education, and social outcomes, and the link with that is clear, reduces government spending in the long term. Parent support is foundational. Inequities persist. Evidence highlights significant disparities in access to quality early childhood development, particularly in rural and underserved communities, and intersectoral collaboration is critical. Where should we start? We need to start in strengthening the health system integration, capacity building for health workers. We need good data collection and monitoring, and we need to support community-based approaches. What should we be focusing on? Nutrition and health, early stimulation and responsive care, mental health of caregivers, resource allocation, particularly in increasing funding and accountability for the NIECD policy and the National Child Care and Protection commitments, ensuring that young children are prioritized in policy implementation. And we would like universal access. If a country does not improve equality of opportunity and children's development outcomes by the age of 5, it will not build inclusive human capital required to achieve transformation. Equalizing and improving the development of all children in South Africa from birth and by the age of 5, and ultimately building our human capital cannot be achieved by focusing only on increasing access to structured early learning centers. And our history confirms this. Historically, the country has identified early child development as a national apex priority. The government has already taken several steps to action it as such. These have, however, been limited primarily to expanding access to structured early learning centers for older children, and that is ages 3 and older. In 2025, 15 years since the adoption of the National Integrated ECD policy, despite significant increases in health and education budgets, and despite the identification of ECD as an apex priority, South Africa is losing 60% of its human capital because it's not investing in integrated child development. The returns on the investment of public funds over the 15 years since early childhood development was made a priority have been disappointing. Children's equality, access to services, and development outcomes, especially among the most vulnerable, remains poor. And this is a leading driver of the country's persistent status as the most unequal country in the world, as well as of the country's stalled development. Substantially increasing access to structured early learning programs for children from the age of 3 years is crucially important. However, on its own, it's not enough to equalize and realize the full development potential of children. This is clearly recognized in 2 foundational policies, the National Integrated ECD and the National Child Care and Protection policies. And these were ahead of their time, looking at the purpose of achieving transformational change for all children in South Africa. Families for Children, SAPN and SANCRC are concerned that the fiscal framework and revenue to adequately fulfill the Minister of Finance's responsibility create enabling environments necessary to support nurturing care. The priorities and allocations neglect the most fundamental building block needed for returns on early childhood development, and the allocations replicate limited understanding of child development as primarily educational service provided in centers. We welcome additional funding allocated to the education sector. We're concerned that the lack of funding to other departments and the provision of clear directives to use this funding to fulfill their explicit ECD policy mandate is a concern. To achieve the transformation, we'd like to change this understanding and the patterns of funding and execution of the National Early Childhood Development Imperative. Sorry, I've lost my place. To do so, Families for Children, SAPN and SANCRC urge that the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposal be reviewed and revised to identify improved early childhood development as an outcome, and this outcome must be a national development and fiscal priority, and ensure, along with increased investments in ECD infrastructure and the subsidy, that comparable increases in the budget of supporting departments to enable them to provide complementary services through the health sector be achieved. I'm not going to go into the detail that we specified around increases to the social development budget, the health sector budget, and the education budget, because I think these are clearly outlined in our submission. What we can see here is the early childhood development countdown to 2030 around our commitments as a country on the nurturing care framework. And there are a number of places where there are not key measures on child development, and we can see that child development as a country is not being tracked and reported on. Early childhood development is foundational for South Africa's future workforce and economy. Investing in the first 1,000 and second 1,000 days, which is conception to 5 years, ensures a healthier, more productive population, reducing long-term government spending. Early childhood development aligns with national development goals, such as reducing inequality, improving educational outcomes, and achieving our sustainable development goals. The first 1,000 days are critical for investment. Parenting support is public health. Equity must be at the core. Early childhood development is a smart investment, and integrated systems are stronger systems. Families for Children, the South African Child's Rights Coalition, and SAPN, thank you for giving us this time.
Thanks. And also sticking to the allocated time. Honorable members, these were the stakeholders that we have put here on the program for oral submission. I see we are running out of time. It's almost 12 minutes to 2. And we had targeted to finish at 2. But I'm not going to suppress members to ask questions and for stakeholders to respond to those questions. What I have to indicate is that to those stakeholders that we could not be able to allocate them to be part of the oral submissions, the written submissions are carrying equal weight with those who have also been afforded an opportunity to speak here on the platform. In terms of the public participation model adopted by Parliament, all submissions, oral and written, must be attended to by National Treasury and SARS when they make their responses on Friday. Equally, the two committees have to attend to all the submissions from stakeholders, whether stakeholders have been afforded an opportunity to speak here on the platform or not. All the submissions carry equal weight. So that's what I have to indicate, so that those that were not given the platform for oral submissions should not think that we are going to disregard their inputs. That's not the case, and that will be illegal if we can do that. Let me invite honorable members who want to make inputs and or ask clarity, seeking questions. I see there's Honorable Beasley. That's the only hand that I can see for now. Honorable Beasley, please proceed. Over to you.
And thank you, Chair. And Chair, can I just ask the secretarial staff if they can just send us a summary of the people who did not report today, the organizations together with their presentations, just so that we are aware of the ones that didn't present so we can go through them. So I'm just going to go through my questions quickly. I think in terms of SAIT, I think they raise a very valid point that SARS is not alone. I think one area that we're picking up is that the IT systems amongst government departments are starting to fail. So I think it's a very valid point. Then in terms of SATA, just be interested to know from them, have any members or anybody come back about the 0.5? Could it potentially be a computer issue with VAT in terms of 0.5%? Some people are just raising a concern is that their VAT systems are like 12, 13, 14, 15, 16%, but to put a 0.5, and also has SACA estimated what they think economic growth will be? And then they also raised a concern that SARS is not going to collect the 800 billion. I don't think SARS ever said, and they certainly didn't say that they would collect the 800 billion. But if you give SARS 5 billion and they collect 50 billion, I think that's a great win and a great victory. But I think the big thing also is not so much the actual amount, it's illicit trade that's growing too. So if SARS can clamp down on the illicit trade, it could be a massive victory for our economy. And in terms of Salvo, National Liquors Trade and South African breweries, just if they can just like explain the impact of the illegal trade, illicit trade is having on their business. And in terms of SAB, it's a major investor driver in our country. Is illicit trade having an impact on future investments in our country? And then in terms of PWC, the SOCU thing you raised, I think you'll be glad to note that as Action SA, we actually formally sent a letter to the Minister of Finance today or yesterday about that particular question. And I think it is a very valid question and certainly been something that nobody's really picked up, but we did send that to the Minister of Finance. And then in terms of the World Health Organization, and I think it's the Rural Health Project, you know, sometimes I think you guys sit in ivory towers and you actually don't know what's going on the floor, because the biggest cause of harm in our country is not smoking, it's not alcohol, it's unemployment, it's poverty, it's hunger. And I'd love you guys to come visit me in my parliamentary office, and I can take you for a walk 10 meters from Parliament where I can buy illegal cigarettes, and I can take you another 10 meters where I can buy illegal alcohol. So the legal market is absolutely flourishing in this country, and I think you guys need to get a reality check of it, because the more we're driving illegal traders, the more we're preventing proper employment in our country. And I think it is a big factor. I'm not a smoker, I'm not a drinker, so I'm not conflicted in any way. But I do think you guys are sitting in ivory towers, and you need to have a reality check that the illicit market is absolutely flourishing. And if you actually look at excise tax that receive of revenues collected, it's actually going down each year. And I can tell you it's not because drinking and smoking is going down, it's because the legal market is going up. So I think you guys just need a bit of a reality check there. And then Winsome Africa, I thought your presentation was absolutely brilliant. Well done. I think your transfer fund is an excellent idea. I mean, Action SA has proposed something very similar called the Opportunity Fund. And I think you raise a very pertinent issue about red tape. And it's not only a factor in the SMEs, but it's also in broader business. And I think, Chair, it's something that we need to highlight when we report back to the Minister, is the impact of red tape. And I encourage Winsome Africa, the presenter, to contact me, because I'd love to have further dialogue with you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Beasley. Honorable Ndlovu.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor, and greetings also to those who have presented for the second round. All our stakeholders, we also welcome your presentation. I've got several questions, Chair, to SAIDA. Has South Africa optimized its wealth income streams, recognizing the high levels of assets and income inequality? What are the required mechanisms to formalize the informal economic sector and tackling illicit financial flows? Also to SAICA, the Auditor General has recouped funds due to the amendment of the Public Audit Amendment of Act of 2018. The AG, in its annual report of 2023-2024, has made 626 material irregularities on 9 compliance and suspected fraud, resulting in 500 cases with a material financial loss estimated at 21.6 billion. A total of 1.55 billion was recovered and 1.14 billion in the process of recovered, and 780 million losses prevented. Does SAICA believe that an additional lower threshold on identifying material findings can expand the scope of recovery due to high level of irregularity and non-compliance with legislation? Chair, the other question to SALBA and SEP, what is the extent of illicit alcohol consumption in the market, and what is its estimated value? With health risk, do illicit alcohol consumption, and how is the industry addressing the matter? To WHO, what should be done to tackle illicit tobacco recognized in South Africa's current legislation framework? One of the key inhibiting factors to change social behavior of use of harmful products is the economic linkage of such practice, such as use of tobacco and alcohol products. Shouldn't a focus also be on having a targeted social and economic shift of industry players in these sectors, as social and economic behavior are interconnected? I'll also, the last one to Winsome, the question is, which economic sector can have the highest job creating potential, and how should the fiscal policy support such sectors, assessing the current budget of 2025? Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable Mautwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. And once again, greetings to you. Chair, to all the stakeholders related to alcohol, your South African wine, your South African Liquor Brand Owners Association, National Liquor Traders, South African Breweries. My question is, how can they assist us to assist the government to stop the SRD beneficiaries from utilizing the money to purchase alcohol? We live in a country where unemployment is very high, and a lot of our people, like 20 million people, that's what the minister reported last time, depend on SRD grants to put food on the table. We've seen in many cases that money is then used that is a solution. The money that government is giving them to which is good enough, we all know that. But if it's so little, they use it, but which all of you.
Mautwe. Only problem, your network, we are struggling to hear what you are saying. Good luck. Is Honorable Mautwe disconnected? Buhle?
Hi, Dad. I don't see her online anymore.
Okay.
Chair, I'm struggling with the network. I'm not sure. I got cut off. I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if you can wrap up quickly.
can you repeat the two questions? We could not get you clearly what we were asking.
Okay. So I'm saying we live in a country where 20 million people depend on SRD grants. And those 20 million are getting the grants because they are poor. But at the same time, they are depressed, they don't have employment, they don't even have employment opportunities. There's not even a hope that one day they will get employment. And we see them taking that SRD, which is meant to really help them move one day after the other, put bread on the table, taking that SRD and purchasing alcohol to try and minimize the stress, try to alleviate pressure from them. So all these entities that are linked to beverages, alcohol, what can we do to assist government so that the SRD is not used for alcohol or for tobacco-related products? It's used to buy the food that keeps them going to the next day. Because we see that a lot of young people, they get this money, but instead of purchasing the goods, they then resort to alcohol. So we need to somehow assist government, and maybe by passing a law that would prevent SRD money being used, because you can't really, there's no correlation between the amount of money spent in alcohol vis-a-vis the employment that we see in the country. Even when you are employed, the cost of living is so high that you don't have any surplus money that you can use for leisure. We're not saying people must not have leisure and whatnot, but with the current conditions that we find ourselves in, there's very little money for leisure. Chair, what is the view of WHO on the call for banning of advertisements of alcohol? So if we were to present a private member's bill, would they support that private member's bill that says, let's ban the advertisement of alcohol anywhere in the country? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mautwe. It seems those are the only 3 members who wanted to ask questions. Okay. South African Institute of Taxation, is there any question that is for you from the 3 members? If not, just indicate not so that I can move to the next stakeholder. It seems they are no longer in the platform. Saika, is there any question for you?
Yes, Chair, there is. We'll deal with them.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you. Chair, just as to Honourable Beasley's question as to the systems of VAT, yes, it is quite problematic as we saw in 2018, but I think we have learned some. So we have reached out to 2 of the larger accounting software providers, and they have confirmed that they can accommodate the dual rate. The only thing we're still waiting for is the rounding rule. So the VAT Act does prescribe how rounding is to be performed up until the 3rd or the 5th decimal in certain instances. And so we'll confirm, and we'll obviously be engaging with our members as well, where should there be problems on that. On economic growth estimates, we did not do an economic growth estimate. What we did do is we looked at the underlying data on the assumptions that were used by National Treasury, and it's on those that we then made comment on. On the 800 billion, I think the question or the statement made was rather that there is concern that the 800 billion is not a pot of gold. There's a lot that needs to happen in the next 3 years to actually realize it, and it should be treated as a windfall, not as something that we rely on to fill the holes within a budget, because we don't know what that amount is going to be. As to Honourable Ndlovu, the informal sector and financial flows, that is an enforcement issue, and that's we do support better enforcement. But I think the big problem we are seeing is that SARS can't do it alone. It needs a functional NPA, it needs a functional police service, it needs other systems within government, the master's office, etc. So if it needs to track who's buying houses, who's buying cars, it should be getting that data real time from the rest of government. So I think that is how we address both the informal sector and the financial flows, is that the rest of government needs to assist SARS in its enforcement. As to the AG and the lower materiality levels, yes, it potentially does have the risk, and we saw that in the report to Parliament at the end of last year. We're looking at about 3.5 billion in process, or already 1.5 billion recovered. But I think there is a risk turning the Auditor General into some form of taxation authority or enforcement authority, rather than an auditor. And I think that is something that needs to be discussed at the relevant parliamentary committee. But yes, if you lower the materiality, it does mean that you potentially are going to have to pick up more transactions. Chair, those were the questions that were posed to us.
Thanks, Saika. SA Liquor Brand Owners Association. Are there questions for you? If not,
yes, Chair, there were indeed questions for me from Honorable Beasley, Ndlovu, and Moate. I'm going to start with Honorable Beasley and Ndlovu's questions. I think they're interrelated. The extent of the illicit trade in alcohol is about, as we said, 22% of the alcohol in the market. In terms of value, it's around about 20 billion. I mentioned in my presentation, it results in a fiscal loss of about 11.3 billion. And the problem is growing. That study we commissioned in 2021. We're currently busy with a new study. So to answer Honorable Beasley's question, yes, that will have an impact on investment decisions going forward. If you're losing volumes, you're unlikely to invest. Just covering the question around the type of alcohol and the risks, there are risks indeed associated with drinking illicit alcohol. Not all of it is what we call concoctions that are refilling bottles. Some of it is genuine product that just evades taxes. Some of it is intended to be exported and doesn't leave the country. And because it's due for export, it doesn't pay excise and stays in the country, and then is sold, as I said, much cheaper, up to 43% cheaper. What is the industry doing is another question from Honorable Ndlovu. We are coordinating our efforts with law enforcement. We work very closely with SARS, SAPS, even the Border Management Authority. Over the last 2 or 3 years, we've trained about 2,500 law enforcement people in identifying illicit products. And then some of our members have hired staff who specifically focus on illicit trade. So we certainly are doing our fair share to try and combat the illicit trade. Then on the question around a restriction on SRD purchasing of alcohol, I'm sure that there are some mechanisms about how you'd control and where can you use the card that we probably could have a discussion with retailers and the banking network. But there's a double-edged sword to that. And what we found is, consumers who don't have access to legal alcohol for whatever reason, either because they're financially stretched and they can't afford the legal alcohol, will turn to illicit alcohol. So there's that consideration that has to be made there. But I'm sure there are avenues to manage how the SRD funds are spent. Thank you very much, Chair. Those are all the questions. That was for me.
Thank you. National Liquor Traders, are there questions for you? If not, we can proceed. Okay. None. SA Breweries.
Yes, Honourable Chair, I'll answer the questions that have not already been answered by Kurt from Salba. So the question from Honourable Beasley related to what are the investment impacts from the growth in the illicit market. So just for context for the MPs and yourself, Honourable Chair, the current price gap between legal and illicit alcohol is 43%. So legal alcohol is 43% more expensive than illicit alcohol for the average consumer. And what that essentially means is that the legal market is competing not amongst legal players, but with the illicit market. And that creates a really tough economic landscape to try and think about investments and what to do with, our planned CapEx outlook, given that we don't have the kind of necessary leverages and regulatory reinforcements to continue to operate in a legal environment. So it really continues or perpetuates the macroeconomic uncertainty created by the current not only tax environment, but the macroeconomic environment where business planning, of course, includes investment. Secondly, I would like to answer the question, Honourable Ndlovu, related to what are we doing to resolve the illicit. Again, part of our endeavours is to whistleblow on products that we see in the market that are not complying with the Liquor Products Act, that are not complying with the National Liquor Act, that are not complying with the Excise Tax Act, or the tax and money bills that present the excise taxes in particular, and the Customs and Excise Act, to try and really allow for ourselves to organize and really operate in an enabling business environment. And insofar as the enforcement, we do rely on government levers to support us, so the Revenue Service and the Police Service, to really give us the foundation of existing as the legal market. Honourable Mautwe had the question around how can we assist with the SRD grant users to not use their grant for alcohol consumption. I think one of the key parts of the SAB Sharp responsible consumption pillars that I did put up in our PowerPoint presentation is the pillar called Live Sharp, where we believe that economic inclusion is fundamental to improving the nature and the way that South African consumers consume alcohol. So we do believe that there are psychological effects to having economic dignity. And we do have our SAB Foundation that has already put just last year 500 million rand to support economic inclusion projects, in particular commercial development can, but we've always been open to be inclusive in conversations around economic dignity, improving the way in which South Africans are included in the economic activity of the country, because we do believe that there are psychological effects to being included in the economic development of the country that affects the way in which consumers interact with alcohol in general and how they use the grant in particular.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, my system got muted and I couldn't unmute it. So I'm from the South African Institute of Taxation. There were some questions that were asked. If I can answer, my apologies.
Okay, please.
Okay, just a few things here. One, as I said, it's very important that we connect up the third-party data. So if you want SARS to enforce, they need to have third-party data to hang on to. So I'm just seconding what was said earlier. Third-party data isn't just what SARS produces, it's what they can turn to. So they need to be able to turn to the municipalities, the provinces, and the other parts of government. So when they build their systems, they need to build them in unison. And I think I just want that reiterated. The second is on debt. I agree with what Saika's saying on debt. You can collect a lot of debt, but a lot of that debt is uncollectible. So to the extent they get more money, they will get a certain amount, but we have to let SARS go where there's certain debt is no longer viable. It needs to be written off. And then third is there's this question about, have we tapped all of our resources? When it comes to taxation, we're pretty tapped out. Yeah, maybe you can try a tax here and there and get a little bit extra additional revenue. But beyond enforcement, really the revenue sources have been tapped out. People have tried all sorts of things. Maybe they can get a little bit more, but it's not enough for the way the government is headed. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Keith. WHO, before WHO, alternative information and development.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
So I just want to respond to the claim that SRD recipients spend a large portion of their money on alcohol. There's no strong evidence to suggest that a significant portion of social grant money is spent on alcohol or other non-essential items. And studies have shown for other grants that recipients actually prioritize food, school fees, electricity, and transport. I also pulled up the income and expenditure survey, which, if you look at the bottom three deciles and their expenditure, 30% of it is attributed to food, and only 3% is spent on alcohol and tobacco. So like while we don't really know which of these people are social grant recipients, what we can see is that people in the lower income deciles, though the vast majority of expenditure is on food items, and often arguments around social grant money being used for alcohol is based on anecdotal evidence or biases about social grant recipients. Thanks.
Thanks, Leah. WHO.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm responding on behalf of WHO to some of the comments and questions addressed to WHO following our comments. One comment was about the fact that the more disadvantaged and vulnerable populations are basically faced with illicit trade, and that taxes is not really the good approach. Just wanted to highlight first the fact that it's also the most vulnerable groups that suffer most from the non-communicable diseases that are basically the result of high consumption of tobacco, alcohol, and unhealthy diets. And a tax increase has proven to have the most significant effect among those populations. So it's higher taxes are a pro-poor policy. And the way to address the undeniable problem of illicit trade is not through foregoing tax increases, but addressing the problem from the administrative point of view. And there were some suggestions. Of course, that's not an easy task, but it is a possible task that is feasible, like strengthening supply chain control, international cooperation, etc. There was also a question on restrictions to producers, generally with regards to alcohol and tobacco, at least control. The policy approaches and the packages of policies proposed by WHO focus mainly on demand, on policies such as, for example, banning smoking in public places, banning advertising and promotion, and maybe leading to the other comment, the other question on banning advertisement of alcohol. This is definitely a policy that WHO supports, and that's part of a package of policies that have been proven to be effective in reducing alcohol use, similarly also tobacco use. So if there is interest with the government to ban alcohol advertisement, WHO can support also in providing guidance. Thank you.
Thanks, WHO. PWC.
Thank you, Chair. There wasn't any questions for us.
Thank you. Rural Health. Okay. Benjamin Cronin.
Thank you, Chair. There weren't any questions for me.
Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Musha. He was, so by the way, he did not present. Winsome Africa.
Thank you, Chair. There was one question from Honorable Ndlovu relating to which economic sector will be the most ideal to invest in order to create more jobs. Answering this question, we need to look at the local economy. I think there's too much focus on the cities and the suburbs and expecting everyone to come to the city in order to find a job, but we neglect rural economy, where there's many people that are unemployed are in the rural economy, in the townships, in the in the squatter camp. So if we can create an employment in the rural area, then there's no need for people then to be traveling to the city in order to find something. So the focus needs to be in the rural area, and specifically in the area of farming. Just this past Sunday, I was speaking to a young farmer in Limpopo, in Masemola, and a small-scale farmer, and he employs 30 people. And those 30 people, they cost him around 80,000. Now, that's in the rural area. I mean, 80,000 for 30 people, that's a small amount of money. But just look at the amount of people that are now employed. It's 30 people, and it only costs you 80,000. And obviously, because in the rural area, the cost of living is low, so you can really do more with little. So that's one area that I think there needs to be a specific fund that is allocated to farming in the rural area, industrialization in the rural area. And I think if we can just invest a significant amount of money in that, there is no reason why we shouldn't have the unemployment rate. Yeah, so I think that's one area that is neglected and needs to be looked at, not in a broad sense of just allocating money to say, oh, small business, but make it specific that this is for the rural area. All right, that's the answer to the question.
Okay, thanks, Winsome. Consortium of organizations.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions from us. And there were no questions directed at us.
Thank you. We are almost at the end of our program. Before I close, do we have announcements?
On our side, Chair, it's just the meeting on Friday where National Treasury will be responding to the submissions. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, it will be virtual, isn't it?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Okay. That's all. Thanks very much, honorable members and stakeholders that participated by making submissions to Parliament through the two committees, the Standing and the Select Committee Finance, respectively. If you look at the end of our program, at the bottom, we have listed all other stakeholders that have made written submissions. And as I've said, that we equally treat those submissions like those that have been also summarized orally. So when SARS and the National Treasury respond on Friday, they will have gone through all the submissions. That's the requirement in terms of our public participation model. So we're not going to leave out anyone who have made submissions. So I have to emphasize that. Thanks very much. I have to adjourn the meeting until we meet again on Friday. Thank you. Thank
you, Chair.
You can see the
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
You can see the chair.